Pharaohs ruled not just as kings, but as living gods, whose power shaped the destiny of an ancient civilization for millennia. Behind the golden masks and towering pyramids lies a life of ruthless ambition, divine authority, and relentless intrigue. Understanding the life of a pharaoh reveals the fragile balance between mortal ambition and eternal legacy, where every decision could ignite empire or erase history. In this journey, you'll uncover the raw human drama that built one of the world's greatest empires. In ancient Egypt, the pharaoh was more than a ruler. He was seen as a god living among people. His presence was sacred. His words were law. His actions shaped the world. People believed the pharaoh was chosen by the gods. He was the son of Ra, the sun god. He was also linked to Horus, the sky god. This connection made him divine. He was not just a man, he was a bridge between heaven and earth. The pharaoh's main duty was to maintain Ma'at. Ma'at meant truth, balance, and order. It was the force that kept the universe in harmony. Without Ma'at, there would be chaos. The pharaoh upheld Ma'at through rituals, laws, and justice. He led ceremonies in temples. He offered gifts to the gods. He prayed for the Nile to flood at the right time. These acts were vital. They ensured crops grew and people thrived. Temples were built to honor gods and the pharaoh. These structures were grand and filled with art. They showed the pharaoh's power and devotion. Inside, priests performed daily rituals, but it was the pharaoh who held the highest religious role. He was the high priest of every temple. He appointed other priests. He decided how temples were run. His involvement ensured that the gods remained pleased. The pharaoh also had political power. He made laws. He collected taxes. He led armies into battle. His decisions affected every part of life. People trusted him to protect and provide. When a pharaoh died, he was believed to become one with Osiris, the god of the afterlife. This belief gave people hope. They thought the pharaoh would guide them even after death. The coronation of a new pharaoh was a sacred event. It was not just a political ceremony, it was a spiritual transformation. The new ruler was seen as becoming divine at that moment. Symbols of power like the crook and flail were given to the pharaoh. They represented his role as shepherd and protector. The Nemes headdress and false beard were also worn. These items linked him to the gods. Art and inscriptions often showed the pharaoh with gods. He was depicted as their equal. This imagery reinforced his divine status. The pharaoh's role was complex. He was a god, a king, a priest, and a judge. He was the heart of Egypt. His presence ensured the land's prosperity and the people's well-being. In times of trouble, people looked to the pharaoh. They believed he could restore balance. His leadership was essential. His connection to the divine was their hope. The legacy of the pharaohs is still evident today. Their monuments stand tall. Their stories are told. They remain symbols of power and divinity. Understanding the pharaoh's role helps us see how ancient Egyptians viewed the world. They saw life as a balance between order and chaos. The pharaoh was the one who maintained that balance. His life was dedicated to serving the gods and his people. He was the embodiment of Ma'at. Through him, the universe stayed in harmony. In every aspect, the pharaoh was central to Egyptian life. His divine nature set him apart. Yet his duties tied him closely to the people. He was their leader, their protector, and their link to the gods. His reign was a sacred trust, one that shaped the course of history. The pharaoh's story is a testament to the power of belief. It shows how faith can elevate a leader to divine status, and how that belief can unify a civilization. In remembering the pharaohs, we honor a culture that saw the divine in leadership, a culture that sought harmony through sacred rule, and a people who found order in the presence of a god-king. In ancient Egypt, the pharaoh was more than just a ruler. He was considered a living god, the bridge between the heavens and the earth. This divine status was not merely symbolic, it was the foundation of his authority and the key to maintaining order in the universe. The pharaoh's role was deeply intertwined with the concept of Ma'at, the ancient Egyptian principle representing truth, balance, and cosmic order. As the guardian of Ma'at, the pharaoh was responsible for ensuring harmony in both the natural world and human society. This duty was not taken lightly, as any disruption in Ma'at could lead to chaos and disaster. To uphold Ma'at, the pharaoh performed daily rituals and ceremonies. These included offerings to the gods, prayers, and participation in festivals. While priests often conducted these rituals on his behalf, the pharaoh's presence and involvement were essential to legitimize the ceremonies and maintain the favor of the gods. The pharaoh's divine role was also reinforced through monumental architecture. Temples and pyramids were constructed not only as places of worship or tombs, but as symbols of the pharaoh's godly status and his commitment to Ma'at. These structures served as physical manifestations of his power and his connection to the divine. In addition to his religious duties, the pharaoh held absolute political power. He was the supreme lawmaker, judge, and military commander. His decrees were considered divine commands, and his leadership was crucial in defending the nation and expanding its territories. The pharaoh's daily life was a blend of spiritual and administrative responsibilities. He consulted with advisors, oversaw construction projects, and led military campaigns. Despite the grandeur of his position, the weight of maintaining Ma'at and the well-being of his people was a constant burden. Succession was a critical aspect of preserving Ma'at. Upon the death of a pharaoh, elaborate funerary practices ensured his transition to the afterlife, where he would continue to uphold Ma'at alongside the gods. The new pharaoh would then undergo coronation rituals, symbolizing his transformation into a living god and the continuation of divine order. In essence, to live as a pharaoh was to embody the divine on earth. It required unwavering dedication to religious duties, absolute authority in governance, and a lifelong commitment to maintaining the delicate balance of the universe. The pharaoh's existence was not just about ruling a nation, it was about sustaining the very fabric of existence through the embodiment of Ma'at. The pharaohs of ancient Egypt lived thousands of years ago, yet their role still matters today. Their lives offer us lessons about power, leadership, and legacy. Understanding their story helps us see how people can shape history and influence the future. Ancient Egypt was one of the longest-lasting civilizations. It grew and changed over more than 3,000 years. The pharaohs ruled during this time. They shaped Egypt's culture, laws, and society. Their power was unique because they were seen as gods on earth. This idea gave their rule a special meaning. It was not just about politics, but also about religion and belief. Power is a key part of the pharaoh's role. Their power was absolute. They made laws that everyone had to follow. They commanded armies and controlled resources like land and food. This power helped keep Egypt safe and prosperous. But power also came with great responsibility. Pharaohs had to protect their people and maintain order. They had to ensure the Nile flooded at the right time so crops could grow. Without their care, life could become hard or even dangerous. Today, when we study the pharaohs, we learn about the challenges of holding power. Their example shows us that power is not only about control, it is about service and duty. A leader must balance strength with wisdom and compassion. Pharaohs had to be strong rulers, but also kind protectors. They had to think about the future of their people, not just their own interests. Legacy is another important reason why the pharaoh's role matters. Pharaohs built lasting monuments like the pyramids and temples. These structures still stand today as a reminder of their reign. The art and writings they left behind tell us about their lives and beliefs. Through these legacies, pharaohs continue to speak to us across time. Legacy teaches us that what leaders do can echo far beyond their own lives. A leader's actions shape the future. Pharaohs remind us that building something meaningful takes effort and vision. They show us how a leader's choices can inspire generations. This idea is powerful in any time or place. Leadership in ancient Egypt was tied to deep cultural values. Pharaohs led by example. They were expected to embody Ma'at, the principle of truth, balance and order. This meant living a life of fairness and harmony. Their leadership was spiritual as well as political. This approach challenges modern ideas of leadership that focus only on power or wealth. By studying pharaohs, we see leadership as a holistic practice. It involves caring for people, nature and society. It means being responsible not just to oneself, but to a greater whole. This view of leadership is still relevant today. Leaders everywhere face complex problems that require wisdom, patience, and humility. Pharaohs also teach us about resilience. They faced wars, natural disasters, and political struggles, yet they found ways to adapt and keep their kingdom strong. This resilience is inspiring. It shows how leaders can endure hardships and guide their people through difficult times. The pharaoh's role also matters because it connects us to human history. Ancient Egypt shaped the world in many ways. Their innovations in writing, architecture, and governance influenced later cultures. Learning about pharaohs helps us understand how civilizations develop and interact. It connects us to a shared human story. For many people today, the story of the pharaohs sparks imagination and curiosity. Their mysteries and achievements continue to fascinate. This fascination encourages learning and discovery. Museums, books, and films keep their stories alive. This ongoing interest shows the timeless appeal of the pharaoh's role. In summary, the pharaoh's role is important today because it teaches us about power, legacy, and leadership. It shows that true power involves service and care. It reminds us that leaders leave marks that last beyond their lifetimes. It offers a model of leadership based on balance, fairness, and resilience. And it connects us to a rich human history that continues to inspire. By understanding pharaohs, we gain insights into what it means to lead well. Their stories invite us to think about how we use power and influence. They encourage us to build legacies that uplift others. Most of all, they remind us that leadership is a sacred trust, one that requires heart and soul. The lessons of the pharaohs remain relevant for anyone who seeks to understand leadership in our world. Their example helps us imagine a better way to lead, one that honors both people and the greater good. In this way, the pharaoh's role is not just history, it is a guide for today and for the future. Ancient Egyptian civilization is one of the oldest and most fascinating cultures in human history. It lasted for more than 3,000 years. From about 3000 BCE to 30 BCE, Egypt grew into a powerful and influential society. It was shaped by the Nile River, its geography, beliefs, and people. This civilization left behind a rich legacy that continues to inspire us today. The Nile River was the heart of ancient Egypt. It flowed from the south to the north, bringing water and fertile soil. Every year, the river flooded gently. This flooding left behind rich silt that made farming possible. Without the Nile, life in Egypt would have been very difficult. The river allowed people to grow crops like wheat and barley. It provided food for millions. It also served as a highway for trade and communication. The geography of Egypt helped protect the people. To the east and west were vast deserts. These deserts acted like natural barriers against enemies. To the north was the Mediterranean Sea. To the south were dangerous rapids called cataracts. These features helped Egypt stay safe and grow peacefully for centuries. The people of ancient Egypt believed in many gods and goddesses. Their religion was central to daily life. They thought gods controlled the forces of nature. Each god had a special role. Some gods represented the sun, the sky, the earth, or the afterlife. The pharaoh was seen as a god on earth. He was the link between the people and the gods. Temples were built to honor these gods. Priests performed rituals to keep the gods happy. These beliefs shaped how people lived and how they understood the world. Ancient Egyptians developed a writing system called hieroglyphics. This system used pictures and symbols to represent words and sounds. Writing was mainly used for religious texts, official records and monuments. Scribes were the trained people who could read and write. They held an important position in society because they preserved knowledge and helped run the government. The civilization was ruled by pharaohs. These rulers held absolute power. They were responsible for law, religion, and military leadership. Pharaohs were buried in grand tombs like pyramids, which showed their power and belief in the afterlife. The pyramids, especially the Great Pyramid of Giza, are some of the most famous monuments of ancient Egypt. They are a testament to the skill and organization of the Egyptian people. Ancient Egyptian society was divided into classes. At the top was the pharaoh and his family. Below them were priests and nobles. These people held wealth and influence. The middle class included skilled workers like artisans, scribes, and merchants. At the bottom were farmers and laborers who made up the majority of the population. Despite the class differences, each group played a vital role in the civilization. Egypt was known for its achievements in many areas. They made advances in medicine, understanding the human body and treating illnesses. They developed tools and techniques for farming, using irrigation to control the water from the Nile. Their knowledge of mathematics and engineering allowed them to build massive structures and create precise calendars. The civilization went through different periods. The early dynastic period saw the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt under the first pharaoh, Nama. The Old Kingdom is known as the Age of the Pyramids. The Middle Kingdom was a time of stability and cultural growth. The New Kingdom marked the peak of Egyptian power and influence. Famous pharaohs like Hatshepsut, Akhenaten, Tutankhamun, and Ramses II ruled during this time. Egypt's power attracted both allies and enemies. It engaged in trade with neighboring regions like Nubia, the Levant, and Mesopotamia. These contacts brought new ideas and goods. However, Egypt also faced invasions and conflicts. Foreign powers such as the Hyksos, Assyrians, Persians, and later the Greeks and Romans controlled Egypt at different times. In 30 BCE, Egypt became part of the Roman Empire after the death of Cleopatra, the last pharaoh. This marked the end of ancient Egyptian civilization as an independent power. However, the culture and knowledge of Egypt lived on and influenced later societies. The legacy of ancient Egypt is vast. Its art, architecture, religion, and ideas have fascinated people for centuries. The discovery of the Rosetta Stone helped scholars decode hieroglyphics, opening a window into Egypt's past. Museums around the world display Egyptian artifacts that tell stories of a great civilization. Ancient Egypt teaches us about human creativity, resilience, and the desire to understand life and the universe. It shows how people can build lasting cultures connected to their environment and beliefs. The story of Egypt is a reminder of the deep roots of civilization and the power of human achievement. Understanding this ancient world helps us appreciate the complexities of history. It connects us to the past and helps us learn lessons for the future. Egypt's long journey from the first farmers by the Nile to the grand pharaohs and towering pyramids remains one of the most inspiring chapters in human history. Ancient Egypt is a story deeply tied to its land, its gods, and its people. To understand this great civilization, we must first look at three essential parts of its life: the geography shaped by the Nile River, the religion of many gods, and the social structure that held everything together. The Nile River is the heart of Egypt. It is the longest river in the world. It runs over 4,000 miles from the heart of Africa to the Mediterranean Sea. For thousands of years, the Nile was the lifeblood of the Egyptian people. Without the Nile, there would be no Egypt as we know it. The river's yearly flood was a miracle. Every year, usually between June and September, the Nile's waters rose and spilled onto the land. This flood brought rich black soil called silt. This soil was full of nutrients that made the land fertile. Farmers depended on this silt to grow their crops. Wheat, barley and flax were the main crops. The floods were carefully watched. When the floods were good, the year promised food and prosperity. When the floods failed, there could be famine and hardship. The Nile was not just about farming. It was a highway for travel and trade. Boats sailed up and down the river carrying goods and people. The river connected villages and towns. It helped the pharaoh keep control over his kingdom. The Nile's importance went beyond practical use. It was seen as a sacred gift from the gods. The river's flooding was a sign of the gods' favor and balance in the universe. The Egyptians had many ways to honor the Nile. They built temples along its banks and held festivals to celebrate its power. The geography of Egypt was unique. To the east and west of the Nile were vast deserts. These deserts were harsh and difficult to cross. They acted like natural walls protecting Egypt from invaders. To the south, the river had dangerous rapids called cataracts. These rapids slowed travel and made it hard for enemies to attack from the south. To the north was the Mediterranean Sea. Together, these natural features kept Egypt safe and allowed it to grow in peace. Religion was the next pillar of ancient Egyptian life. The Egyptians believed in many gods. This belief is called polytheism. Each god had its own personality, powers, and stories. The gods controlled everything, from the sun and sky to the Nile and the afterlife. The Egyptians believed that these gods were involved in every part of life. They could bring good fortune or disaster. This made religion deeply personal and important. Some gods were very powerful and widely worshipped. Ra, the sun god, was considered the king of the gods. He traveled across the sky during the day and through the underworld at night. Osiris was the god of the afterlife and resurrection. His story gave hope that death was not the end. Isis, Osiris's wife, was the goddess of magic and motherhood. Anubis was the god of mummification and the protector of graves. There were many others, each with a special role. Temples were built to honor these gods. The pharaoh was believed to be a god on earth and the mediator between gods and people. The pharaoh performed rituals to keep the gods happy and maintain order in the world. Priests assisted in these ceremonies and managed the temples. Religion guided every part of daily life, from farming to law to government. The Egyptians also believed strongly in the afterlife. They prepared for death with great care, preserving bodies through mummification and providing goods for the journey after death. The social structure of Egypt was like a pyramid, just like the famous monuments they built. At the very top stood the pharaoh. He was the ruler, the religious leader, and the symbol of divine power. Pharaohs were seen as gods in human form. They controlled the land, the army, and the wealth of the kingdom. Their word was law. They were responsible for keeping Ma'at, the balance and order of the universe. Below the pharaoh were the nobles and priests. Nobles were the wealthy landowners and government officials. They helped run the country, collected taxes, and supported the pharaoh's rule. Priests were very important because they cared for the temples and conducted religious rituals. Both groups enjoyed a high standard of living. The middle class was made up of scribes, artisans, and merchants. Scribes were educated men who could read and write. They recorded history, laws, and business transactions. Artisans were skilled workers who made jewelry, pottery, statues, and furniture. Merchants traded goods both inside and outside Egypt. At the bottom were farmers and slaves. Farmers worked the land along the Nile, growing crops to feed the entire country. Though they were essential, their lives were hard. They worked long hours in the sun and depended on the river's flooding. Slaves were often prisoners of war or people who owed debts. They worked on big building projects like temples and pyramids or in households. Despite their low status, farmers and labourers were the backbone of Egyptian society. This social order was stable for centuries. Everyone had a role, and this helped Egypt flourish. The pharaoh's power rested on this clear hierarchy. It was believed that everyone's place was part of Ma'at. Respecting one's role kept harmony in the kingdom. In summary, ancient Egypt's geography, religion, and social structure were tightly connected. The Nile shaped the land and life. The many gods shaped beliefs and daily routines. The social pyramid held the people together under the pharaoh's rule. Together, these elements created one of history's greatest civilizations. They reveal how ancient Egyptians lived, worked, and dreamed for thousands of years along the river that gave them life. Certainly, great pyramids stood tall and the pharaohs ruled as gods on earth. Egypt was a land of many small groups. These groups were tribes and villages scattered along the Nile River. The people in these early communities lived simple lives. They hunted, fished, and farmed. Their leaders were not kings as we know them, but tribal chieftains. A chieftain was usually the strongest or wisest man in a group. He guided his people in daily life. He made decisions about where to settle, when to plant crops, and how to defend the group from enemies. These early leaders had power, but it was limited. They ruled by respect and skill rather than by force or divine right. As time passed, the land of Egypt began to change. The small tribes started to join together. This process was slow and happened over many generations. Cooperation was necessary. The Nile's floods required careful planning. People needed to build irrigation systems to control the water. This work was too large for one small group to handle alone. This growing need for unity led to the rise of stronger leaders. These leaders began to control larger territories. They could organize more workers and warriors. Their power grew as they brought more people under their rule. The earliest kings were more than chieftains. They became rulers of entire regions. Historians believe that around 3000 BCE, the process of uniting Upper Egypt in the south and Lower Egypt in the north was complete. This event is called the unification of Egypt. It marked the beginning of the pharaoh's long reign. The first pharaoh was Narmer, sometimes called Menes. He wore the crown of both Upper and Lower Egypt. This showed that he ruled the whole land. Narmer was more than a war leader. He combined political and religious power. This was the start of kingship as a divine institution. The king was not just a man, he was the chosen one of the gods. His power came from the heavens. This idea gave the pharaoh a special place in society. The king was seen as the son of the sun god Ra. This connection made the pharaoh a living god. People believed that the pharaoh's actions kept the world in balance. This balance was called Ma'at. It meant truth, justice, and order. The pharaoh's job was to maintain Ma'at in Egypt and beyond. To rule well, the pharaoh needed the support of the priests and nobles. The priests cared for the gods and temples. They told people the pharaoh was the god's representative on earth. Nobles helped the pharaoh govern the land. Together they built a system that strengthened the king's authority. The pharaoh's role grew larger as Egypt became more powerful. Kings led armies into battle to protect their land. They built temples and monuments to honor the gods and themselves. These buildings were symbols of the pharaoh's strength and divine status. One of the earliest and greatest achievements of the pharaohs was the building of the pyramids. These giant tombs were not just resting places for kings, they were signs of the pharaoh's eternal power. The pyramids showed that the pharaoh lived forever, just like the gods. Over centuries, the image of the pharaoh as a god-king became deeply rooted in Egyptian culture. Art and writing celebrated the pharaoh's divine nature. Kings were often shown with symbols of gods, such as the crook and flail. These represented their role as shepherd and protector of the people. Despite this divine status, the pharaoh was also a human leader. He had to deal with practical problems. He managed agriculture, trade, law, and defense. The pharaoh's power was vast, but it depended on the loyalty of his subjects and officials. Kingship also changed with different dynasties. Some pharaohs were strong and wise rulers. Others faced challenges like invasions, rebellions, or economic troubles. At times, the idea of kingship was questioned or reinterpreted. Yet the belief that the pharaoh was a god-king remained central. The evolution from tribal chieftain to god-king shows how power and religion mixed in ancient Egypt. It reveals how leaders gained authority not just by force, but through belief. The pharaoh was a symbol of unity, strength, and divine order. This kingship shaped Egypt's history for over 3,000 years. Understanding this journey helps us see how ancient Egyptians viewed leadership and power. It explains why the pharaoh was both a ruler and a god. It also reminds us how culture and religion can shape politics and society. Long ago, before the great pharaohs ruled Egypt, the land was divided. It was split into two parts. The south was called Upper Egypt. The north was Lower Egypt. These two regions had different cultures, traditions, and rulers. The people lived along the Nile River but in separate kingdoms. Each had its own leaders. These leaders were not yet pharaohs. They were chiefs or local kings. They had power but only over small areas. The story of kingship in Egypt begins here. It starts with small rulers who managed tribes or villages. They led their people in hunting and farming. They protected them from enemies. These early kings were important, but their power was limited. Their role was practical and local. Over time, things began to change. The Nile River was central to life. It brought water, fish, and rich soil. But the river also needed care. To farm well, people had to control the floods. They built canals and dikes. This required cooperation. Groups had to work together. Stronger leaders emerged. They could organize more workers. They could defend larger lands. Their influence grew beyond their village. These leaders started to unite the scattered communities of Upper and Lower Egypt. This unification is one of the most important moments in Egyptian history. It marks the start of a new kind of kingship. It is when the king became not just a ruler, but a symbol of all Egypt. This is the story of Narmer, often known as Menes. Narmer lived around 3,100 years before Christ. He was a powerful king from Upper Egypt. The stories say he led a great army south and north. He fought to unite the two lands into one kingdom. This was no small task. The people of Upper and Lower Egypt had their own customs and loyalties. After many battles, Narmer succeeded. He brought peace between Upper and Lower Egypt. This event is called the unification of Egypt. It was the birth of a single strong kingdom. Narmer wore a special crown. It combined the white crown of Upper Egypt and the red crown of Lower Egypt. This showed he ruled both parts. The Narmer palette is one of the most famous pieces of evidence of this unification. It is a carved stone tablet that shows Narmer wearing the two crowns. The palette also shows Narmer defeating his enemies and leading his people. It is a story told in pictures. It tells us that Narmer was more than a war leader, he was a king with divine power. This was the beginning of the pharaohs. The king was no longer just a man, he became a god on earth. The Egyptians believed that the pharaoh was chosen by the gods. The pharaoh kept Ma'at, the balance and order of the world. Without him, chaos would return. Narmer's unification set the pattern for all future kings. The pharaoh was the ultimate leader. He ruled the land, the army and the priests. His job was to keep Egypt safe and prosperous. He was the link between the gods and the people. After Narmer, the idea of kingship grew stronger. Pharaohs were seen as divine beings. They had a special relationship with the gods. They were responsible for rituals and ceremonies that kept the gods happy. They built temples and monuments to honor the gods and themselves. The unification also changed how the government worked. It became more organized. The pharaoh appointed officials to manage different parts of the kingdom. Taxes were collected, laws were made, trade was controlled. This system made Egypt strong and stable for thousands of years. Narmer's story is a powerful example of how kingship evolved. It shows how a leader could bring many groups together under one rule. It also shows how power and religion combined to create the idea of the god-king. This model of kingship lasted for more than 3,000 years. Throughout history, many pharaohs look back to Narmer as a founder. They tried to live up to his example. Some pharaohs expanded the kingdom, others focused on building great monuments. All pharaohs maintained the belief that they were gods chosen to rule. The unification of Upper and Lower Egypt was more than a political event. It was a cultural and spiritual moment. It created a sense of identity and purpose for the Egyptian people. They saw themselves as one nation, protected and guided by their pharaoh. This story of Narmer and kingship helps us understand the ancient Egyptian world. It reveals how leadership was about more than power. It was about faith, tradition, and unity. The pharaoh was the heart of Egypt, the living symbol of its strength and divine order. To understand the pharaoh, we must first learn some key ideas that shaped ancient Egypt. These ideas explain how Egyptians saw the world, the soul and power. They help us see why the pharaoh was more than a king. He was a symbol of something greater. The first and most important concept is Ma'at. Ma'at means balance, order and truth. It is the way the universe stays peaceful and fair. Egyptians believed that everything in the world had a place and a role. When things were in Ma'at, the sun rose, the Nile flooded on time, crops grew, and people lived in harmony. When Ma'at was broken, chaos followed. Floods failed, enemies attacked, and disorder spread. The pharaoh's main job was to keep Ma'at. He was the guardian of this divine order. His power came from the gods to protect Ma'at. If the pharaoh ruled well, Ma'at was preserved. The people, animals and gods were happy. If the pharaoh failed, chaos would grow. This was more than politics, it was a sacred duty. The pharaoh acted as the bridge between the gods and the people. He restored Ma'at through laws, rituals and justice. Next, we look at the soul, which Egyptians believed was complex. Two parts of the soul are especially important, Ka and Ba. The Ka is like a life force or spiritual double. It is born with a person and stays with them through life and after death. The Ba is the personality, the spirit that can travel between the living world and the afterlife. The pharaoh's Ka and Ba were special. His Ka was powerful and eternal. It gave him strength and linked him to the gods. His Ba showed his divine nature and ability to move between worlds. When the pharaoh died, his Ka and Ba continued to exist. The royal tombs and rituals were designed to protect these parts of his soul. This belief gave the pharaoh eternal life and kept his power beyond death. Another key idea is divine kingship. This is the belief that the pharaoh is chosen by the gods and is part divine. He is not just a man with power. He is a living God on earth. This belief made the pharaoh's rule sacred and unquestionable. People did not simply obey him because of laws or force, they obeyed because he was the god's representative. Divine kingship means the pharaoh's authority comes from heaven. His right to rule is not earned or given by people, it is given by the gods. This idea shaped how Egyptians viewed leadership. The pharaoh was seen as the son of the sun god Ra, the embodiment of Horus the falcon god and the one who maintained cosmic order. Scholars and Egyptologists have studied these ideas and offered theories about Pharaoh's power. One well-known theory is the divine right of kings. This idea means the Pharaoh's power is sacred and absolute. He rules by the will of the gods. His word is law. This theory explains why pharaohs were not challenged easily. It shows the deep connection between religion and government. Another theory is absolute rule. This means the pharaoh had total control over the state. He controlled the army, the priests, the laws, and the economy. Nothing could happen without his approval. This absolute power was possible because of the belief in divine kingship. The pharaoh's power was seen as natural and necessary to keep Ma'at. Some Egyptologists also explore the idea of a social contract in ancient Egypt. This means the pharaoh's power was balanced by his responsibility to the people and the gods. The people expected the pharaoh to maintain order and provide for their welfare. In return, they gave him loyalty and labor. If the pharaoh failed, he risked losing divine favor and his power. This idea of a social contract may not have been written down like in modern times, but it was part of the Egyptian belief system. The pharaoh's legitimacy depended on his ability to fulfill his sacred duties. He had to be a good ruler to keep the trust of the gods and the people. By understanding these concepts and theories, we see that the pharaoh was more than a political leader. He was a living symbol, a symbol of order, balance, divine power, and eternal life. His role was to connect heaven and earth. His power was both spiritual and practical. The pharaoh's image in art and writing shows this clearly. He is often shown with a crown and staff, symbols of kingship. He is depicted as a strong warrior, a wise judge, and a divine being. These images were reminders to the people that the pharaoh was the protector of Ma'at and the guardian of Egypt. In this way, the pharaoh's power was woven into the fabric of Egyptian life. It was not just about ruling land and people, it was about keeping the universe in harmony. It was about being the living God who ensured the sun would rise and the Nile would flood. Pharaohs are some of the most famous figures in history. They ruled ancient Egypt for thousands of years. They built great pyramids, led armies, and were seen as gods on earth. Their stories have captured the imagination of many people all over the world. Because of this, pharaohs often appear in films, television shows, books, and other media. But the way they are shown is not always true to history. Popular culture likes to create images that grab attention. Sometimes these images are exciting and dramatic. Sometimes they are mysterious or magical. But these stories often simplify or change the real story of the pharaohs. This leads to misunderstandings about who they really were and what their lives were like. One of the biggest ways pharaohs are misrepresented is by showing them as cruel or evil tyrants. Many movies and shows show pharaohs as harsh rulers who enslaved people and ruled with fear. This idea is often linked to the story of Moses and the Exodus. In this story, the pharaoh is a cruel king who forces the Israelites to work as slaves and refuses to free them. While this story is important in religious traditions, it does not reflect the full reality of Egyptian history. Archaeological evidence shows that Egyptians built their monuments using skilled workers who were paid and respected. The idea of mass slavery building the pyramids is now rejected by most Egyptologists. Pharaohs were powerful leaders, but they also had to maintain the support of their people. They were seen as protectors and providers, not just oppressors. Another common mistake is showing pharaohs as wearing large golden crowns or heavy jewelry all the time. In popular images, pharaohs often appear with shining gold everywhere. This creates a picture of extreme wealth and luxury. While it is true that pharaohs had great riches, their lives were also full of hard work and responsibility. The crowns and jewels were often worn only during special ceremonies. Daily life was not always filled with gold and glory. Popular culture also often shows pharaohs as mysterious figures who have magical powers. Movies and books may give them the ability to control nature, speak with gods, or perform miracles. While the ancient Egyptians did believe their pharaohs had divine connections, the real pharaohs were humans. Their power came from religion and tradition, not from magic. The way pharaohs speak and act in popular media is often exaggerated. They are sometimes shown as speaking in strange accents or using old-fashioned language. This can make them seem distant or unreal. In truth, pharaohs were leaders who spoke to their people and advisors in everyday ways. They worked with priests, soldiers, and officials to run the kingdom. Popular culture tends to focus on the most famous pharaohs like Tutankhamun or Cleopatra, but often misses the wider picture. Tutankhamun is often called the boy king, and many stories focus on his young age and mysterious death. Cleopatra is often shown as a beautiful seductress who used her charm to control powerful men. These images can overshadow their true historical significance. Tutankhamun's reign was short and not as powerful as later pharaohs, but his tomb's discovery was a great moment for Egyptology. Cleopatra was a clever and skilled ruler who tried to protect Egypt in a time of Roman expansion. Both deserve more respect and a fuller story than what popular culture often gives them. The portrayal of women pharaohs is also sometimes inaccurate. Hatshepsut, one of the few female pharaohs, is often left out or simplified in stories. She ruled Egypt for many years and was a successful leader. Instead of being seen as a ruler in her own right, she is sometimes shown as hiding behind male power or as unusual. Popular culture rarely explains the religious and political reasons why women ruling Egypt was unusual. It also misses how Hatshepsut used symbols of kingship and divine authority to rule effectively. She was a strong figure who changed the way people thought about leadership. Another way popular culture misrepresents pharaohs is by mixing up different time periods and cultures. Ancient Egypt lasted for thousands of years, and many things changed over time. The pharaohs of the Old Kingdom were very different from those of the New Kingdom or the late period. But movies and shows often blend these times together, creating confusion. For example, costumes and settings in films may mix symbols from different eras. A pharaoh in one scene may wear clothes from another time. This makes it harder to understand how Egyptian culture developed. The details of temples, cities, and everyday life are sometimes incorrect or borrowed from other ancient cultures. This lack of historical accuracy in popular culture can make it difficult for people to learn the real history of pharaohs. When people only see pharaohs as dramatic characters or villains, they miss the chance to appreciate their true importance. Pharaohs were leaders who shaped one of the most advanced civilizations in history. They balanced religion, politics, and society in ways that still inspire us today. It is important to remember that popular culture tells stories. These stories are meant to entertain, not always to teach. Filmmakers and writers often change facts to create drama or mystery. This is natural in storytelling, but it means we must be careful when we accept these images as truth. To understand pharaohs well, we need to look beyond movies and books. We must study real history, archaeology, and ancient writings. Egyptologists work hard to uncover the true story. They read old texts, examine artifacts, and explore tombs to learn about pharaohs and their times. These experts show us that pharaohs were complex people. They were human beings with strengths and weaknesses. They faced challenges like wars, politics, and natural disasters. They were not just gods or villains. They were leaders who tried to do their best for Egypt. One famous example is Ramses the Great. Popular culture often shows him as a mighty warrior king who fought the Hittites at the Battle of Kadesh. This battle is sometimes shown as a great Egyptian victory, but historians know it was more of a stalemate. Ramses was a skilled leader who worked hard to keep his kingdom strong. But he was also a man who used art and building projects to show his power. Another example is Akhenaten, a pharaoh who tried to change Egyptian religion by worshipping one god, Aten. Films and books often portray him as a mad or strange ruler. In reality, his religious reforms were part of a serious attempt to reshape Egyptian society. His reign was controversial but important for understanding Egyptian culture. The tomb paintings and inscriptions left by pharaohs also give us a different picture than popular stories. These artworks show pharaohs performing rituals, giving orders, and making offerings. They reveal the sacred nature of kingship and the care pharaohs took to serve the gods and the people. Popular culture sometimes shows pharaohs as distant and unapproachable, but the evidence shows they were involved in many details of government and religion. They worked closely with priests, officials, and generals. They traveled around Egypt to visit temples and cities. They were deeply connected to their land and people. Even the Great Pyramids, often linked to pharaohs in popular stories, have a more complex history. Movies sometimes say they were built by slaves or by magical powers, but archaeologists have found villages where the workers lived. These workers were skilled craftsmen and farmers who worked on the pyramids during the flooding season when the Nile stopped farming. They were paid and cared for by the state. This fact shows how pharaohs organized their people. They created systems for labor, food, and supplies. They used religion to inspire loyalty and hard work. This was leadership, not just force. Popular culture also misses the spiritual role of the pharaoh. Pharaohs were priests and intermediaries between gods and humans. Their role was to perform rituals that kept the world in balance. This sacred duty was more important than any battle or building project. Many films ignore this spiritual side and focus only on power and wealth. This narrows the image of the pharaoh. The pharaoh was not only a ruler but a holy figure who ensured the sun rose and the Nile flooded. Another way popular culture misrepresents pharaohs is by ignoring their failures and challenges. Pharaohs faced rebellions, famines, and political struggles. Some ruled poorly or faced early deaths. These realities are often left out to keep a heroic image. For example, the story of King Tutankhamun is often about treasure and mystery. Few stories explain the difficulties of his reign or the problems Egypt faced at that time. This creates a one-sided image that is easier to sell but less true. In sum, popular culture often paints pharaohs with broad strokes. It uses stereotypes of cruelty, magic, beauty, and mystery. These stories are entertaining but incomplete. They shape how we think about ancient Egypt and its rulers. To know pharaohs truly, we must look at history and archaeology. We must listen to the voices of the past through texts and monuments. This lets us see pharaohs as real people with real lives. People who ruled with divine purpose, but also with human care. This deeper understanding enriches our view of Egypt and its culture. It reminds us that history is complex. It shows that the pharaohs were more than the images on screen. They were the heart of a civilization that still fascinates us today. The word pharaoh often brings to mind a single image, a tall man wearing a crown, sitting on a throne, ruling with great power. Many people think all pharaohs were men. They also imagined pharaohs as cruel rulers who forced their people into hard labor. These ideas come from old stories, popular culture, and sometimes from misunderstandings. But history tells a different story. Not all pharaohs were male, not all pharaohs were tyrants. To understand this, we need to look closely at the real history of ancient Egypt. Pharaohs were the kings and queens of one of the oldest and richest civilizations in the world. They ruled Egypt for more than 3,000 years. Their role was complex. They were not just rulers, they were seen as gods on earth. They were political leaders and spiritual guides. This role was passed down through family lines. But sometimes this role was taken by women. The idea that all pharaohs were male is wrong. Ancient Egypt had powerful queens who ruled as pharaohs. One of the most famous was Hatshepsut. She ruled in the 15th century BCE. She became pharaoh after the death of her husband. Her stepson was too young to rule, so she took the throne herself. Hatshepsut was not just a temporary ruler. She ruled for more than 20 years. She led armies, built great temples, and increased Egypt's wealth. She was respected and powerful. Yet many people do not know her story well. Some old historians even tried to erase her memory, possibly because she was a woman. Hatshepsut wore the traditional symbols of kingship. She dressed like a man and wore the false beard that pharaohs wore. This was a way to show she had the same power as male pharaohs. She was not just a queen or a wife, she was the pharaoh. Another important woman pharaoh was Cleopatra. She ruled in the 1st century BCE. Cleopatra was the last pharaoh of Egypt. She is often remembered for her beauty and her relationships with Julius Caesar and Mark Antony. But she was also a skilled politician and leader. Cleopatra spoke many languages and worked hard to keep Egypt independent during a time when Rome was growing strong. Cleopatra's rule shows that women could be great leaders in Egypt. The idea that all pharaohs were men does not fit the facts. Women ruled in their own right and shaped Egypt's history. But why did these women become pharaohs? In ancient Egypt, kingship was usually passed from father to son. But when there was no suitable male heir, women sometimes stepped in. They were not rulers in name only. They took on all the duties of a pharaoh. They led armies, made laws, and performed religious rituals. Women pharaohs also had to show they had the divine right to rule. In Egyptian belief, the pharaoh was chosen by the gods. This was called divine kingship. Female pharaohs had to prove they were just as connected to the gods as men. They used symbols, art, and ceremonies to show this. So the idea that all pharaohs were male is a misunderstanding. History shows that women ruled Egypt as pharaohs too. They were real leaders with real power. The second misconception is that all pharaohs were tyrants. Tyrants are rulers who are cruel and use force to control their people. Popular stories and movies often show pharaohs as harsh slave masters. The story of the Exodus, for example, presents the pharaoh as a cruel king who enslaved the Israelites. This image is very strong in Western culture, but historians and archaeologists have found that this picture is not fully accurate. Ancient Egypt was a complex society. Pharaohs ruled by law and tradition. They had to keep order and balance, which they called ma'at. Ma'at was the idea of truth, justice, and harmony. Pharaohs were responsible for maintaining ma'at. This means pharaohs were not just rulers who used force. They were expected to be fair and just. They were priests as well as kings. They performed religious ceremonies to keep the gods happy. This spiritual role was very important. Pharaohs did build great monuments and tombs. These required a lot of labor. But the workers were not slaves in the way many people think. Archaeologists have found villages where workers lived. These workers were skilled craftsmen and farmers who worked on big projects during the time when the Nile flooded and farming was impossible. These workers were supported by the state. They had food, shelter, and medical care. They were respected for their work. This shows pharaohs ruled with more than just force. They organized society to work together. Pharaohs also led armies to protect Egypt. Sometimes this meant war. But pharaohs did not always use violence. They also made treaties and alliances. Ramses the Great, one of the most famous pharaohs, fought the Hittites but later made a peace treaty that lasted for years. The image of pharaohs as tyrants comes partly from religious stories and partly from later political propaganda. Some enemies of Egypt painted pharaohs as cruel rulers. This was to make their own leaders look better. Not all pharaohs were good rulers. Some were weak or made mistakes. Egypt had times of trouble and decline, but this is true for all rulers in history. It does not mean pharaohs were all tyrants. The truth is more balanced. Pharaohs had great power but also great responsibility. They ruled with the help of officials and priests. They tried to keep peace and prosperity. They were symbols of stability in their kingdom. The idea of pharaohs as cruel tyrants is often used to make stories more dramatic. This makes good entertainment, but it hides the complexity of their rule. It's also important to remember that pharaohs ruled in a very different world. Their ideas about power and leadership were shaped by their religion and culture. They believed they were chosen by the gods to keep order. Their authority was absolute but also sacred. The ancient Egyptians did not separate religion and government the way we do today. Pharaohs were the living gods who ensured the sun would rise and the Nile would flood. Without the pharaoh, the world would fall into chaos. This belief gave pharaohs great respect and power. It also meant they had to live up to high standards. They were judged by their ability to maintain ma'at. If they failed, bad things would happen to Egypt. In conclusion, the two common ideas that all pharaohs were male and that all pharaohs were tyrants are not true. History shows us a more complex picture. Women ruled as pharaohs too. They led Egypt with strength and wisdom. They were accepted as divine leaders by their people. Hatshepsut and Cleopatra are powerful examples. Pharaohs were not just cruel rulers, they were priests, leaders, and symbols of divine order. They worked to keep peace and prosperity. They organized their people and inspired loyalty. Understanding these facts helps us see pharaohs as real people. It helps us respect the ancient civilization they built. It also teaches us about power and leadership in a deeper way. Pharaohs were humans who ruled as gods. They faced challenges and made choices. They were not perfect, but their story is richer than the myths and mistakes we often hear. Ancient Egypt is often thought of as a land frozen in time. The pyramids, the Sphinx, and the temples seem like they belong to a world long gone. For centuries, people studied the stones, the statues, and the writings left behind. They built stories about pharaohs and their kingdoms, yet much of what we believed came from limited information. As new archaeological discoveries appear, our understanding of ancient Egypt changes. These new finds help us see pharaohs and their world in fresh ways. Two of the most important places for these discoveries are Abydos and Saqqara. They are ancient sites along the Nile. Abydos is one of the oldest cities of Egypt. Saqqara is a vast burial ground. Both hold treasures that tell us about kings, religion, daily life and power. The more archaeologists dig, the more they learn. Each discovery adds pieces to the puzzle of ancient Egypt. Abydos is known as a sacred city. It was believed to be the burial place of Osiris, the god of the afterlife. Many pharaohs wanted to be connected to Osiris. They thought it would help them in the afterlife. Abydos has temples and tombs that show this connection. Archaeologists have found royal tombs there that are older than we thought. These tombs show how early kings ruled and how their ideas about death and power developed. One exciting discovery in Abydos is the tomb of King Scorpion. He lived before the time of the famous pharaoh Nama, who is often credited with uniting Egypt. The tomb shows signs of a powerful ruler. It has symbols and artwork that hint at early kingship. This pushes back the timeline of how kingship began in Egypt. It tells us that the idea of the pharaoh as both a political and spiritual leader was starting much earlier than we believed. The tomb of King Scorpion also gives clues about rituals and ceremonies. There are images of vineyards, animals and boats. These suggest that even then, the king controlled the land and the people. The king's role as a provider and protector was already clear. These details help us understand how pharaohs built their power. Abydos is also important because it shows continuity. Many later pharaohs honored Abydos. They built temples there. They wanted to be part of a long tradition. This shows how the past shaped the future of kingship. Pharaohs used history to strengthen their rule. This idea of connecting with ancestors and gods was key to their power. Saqqara, another ancient site, offers a different but equally rich story. Saqqara is a vast cemetery near the old capital of Memphis. It was used for thousands of years. Many important pharaohs were buried there. Saqqara is famous for the step pyramid of Djoser, built around 2700 BCE. This pyramid was the first large stone building of its kind. It marked a new era in royal tombs. It showed the growing power and resources of the pharaoh. The step pyramid also tells us about innovation and leadership. It was designed by Imhotep, a priest and architect. Imhotep's role was unique. He was not pharaoh, but he helped shape the image of kingship. The pyramid was a symbol of the pharaoh's divine status and his link to the gods. This shows that pharaohs worked with skilled people to build their legacy. Recent excavations at Saqqara have uncovered many other treasures. Tombs of nobles and priests show the complex society around the pharaoh. These finds reveal how power was shared and how religion influenced daily life. For example, tomb paintings and inscriptions describe rituals, family life and work. They help us see pharaohs not just as distant rulers, but as part of a network of people. New evidence from Saqqara also changes how we view the economy and labor. Archaeologists found remains of workers' villages. These places show that the building of pyramids and temples was organized and supported by the state. Workers were housed and fed. This contradicts older ideas that slaves built the pyramids under cruel masters. Instead, it was a system involving skilled labor and management. Both Abydos and Saqqara reveal the importance of religion in kingship. Pharaohs were not just political leaders. They were seen as gods on earth. Their tombs and temples were places of worship. They performed rituals to keep ma'at, or balance and order in the world. New finds show us how these religious duties were central to their rule. For example, in Abydos, archaeologists discovered new inscriptions and statues that speak about the pharaoh's role as a mediator between gods and people. These texts describe ceremonies that helped the pharaoh maintain divine favor. This was not just for show, it was a vital part of how the kingdom functioned. The people believed their king ensured the sun would rise, the Nile would flood, and crops would grow. At Saqqara, new tombs of high priests provide details about the cooperation between the pharaoh and religious leaders. These priests had important roles in ceremonies and in maintaining temples. They helped the pharaoh perform his sacred duties. This relationship between king and priesthood was a foundation of Egyptian stability. Another way new archaeological evidence reshapes our view is by revealing diversity among pharaohs. Before, many thought of pharaohs as a single type of ruler. New discoveries show that pharaohs were individuals with different styles and goals. Some focused on war and expansion. Others built temples and supported the arts. For instance, evidence from Saqqara about Pharaoh Djoser shows a king who was a builder and reformer. His reign marked new developments in architecture and religion. Meanwhile, findings related to Pharaoh Ramses II, also called Ramses the Great, highlight a ruler focused on military strength and diplomacy. His monuments show a desire to project power and secure borders. New artifacts and inscriptions help us understand how pharaohs used symbols to communicate their power. Crowns, staffs, and jewelry all had meanings. They showed the pharaoh's role as protector, judge, and god. As archaeologists uncover more of these items, we learn how pharaohs presented themselves to their people. One exciting aspect of new discoveries is how they shed light on lesser-known pharaohs. For a long time, the focus was on a few famous kings like Tutankhamun or Ramses. But Abydos and Saqqara reveal many rulers who played important roles but are less known. These finds help fill gaps in the history of Egypt. They remind us that history is not just about famous people. It is about many individuals who shaped their world. New technology also helps archaeologists learn more. Ground-penetrating radar, 3D imaging, and DNA analysis provide information that was impossible to get before. These tools allow us to study tombs without damaging them. They help identify family connections between pharaohs. They even show health and diet. This gives a fuller picture of life in ancient Egypt. For example, DNA studies on royal mummies from Saqqara reveal information about lineage and inheritance. They confirm or challenge old ideas about who was related to whom. This affects how we understand succession and politics in Egypt. Recent discoveries also show that pharaohs were part of a global world. Trade goods found in tombs come from faraway places like Nubia, the Levant, and even the Mediterranean. This shows Egypt was connected to other cultures. Pharaohs managed these relationships carefully. They controlled trade routes and diplomacy. In Abydos, archaeologists found artifacts that came from distant lands. This shows that pharaohs had influence beyond Egypt. They were not isolated rulers, but players in a larger world. This challenges old ideas that Egypt was closed off. The new finds from Abydos and Saqqara also help us understand how myths and history mixed. Pharaohs often told stories about themselves to connect with gods and ancestors. These stories were carved into temples and tombs. They shaped how people saw their kings. For example, inscriptions describe pharaohs as descendants of gods. They say the king's power comes from divine birth. These stories reinforced the pharaoh's role as god-king. New evidence shows how these myths evolved over time. These discoveries show that ancient Egypt was not static. It changed over centuries. Pharaohs adapted to new challenges. They changed their styles and ideas. Archaeology helps us see this dynamic history. Our view of pharaohs today is richer because of Abydos and Saqqara. These sites give us new voices from the past. They remind us that history is always growing. It is not fixed in stone. Learning from these discoveries also helps us appreciate ancient Egypt's legacy. The civilization influenced art, architecture, religion, and government for thousands of years. Understanding pharaohs better helps us understand human history. The story of ancient Egypt is told through stones, writings, and bones. For centuries, archaeologists have worked hard to uncover these pieces. Each find brings us closer to the lives of pharaohs and the people who lived long ago. In recent years, new discoveries have amazed the world. Tombs, papyri, and DNA from mummies are opening new doors. These discoveries change what we know and how we see ancient Egypt. Tombs are the silent witnesses of history. They hold the bodies of kings, queens, and nobles. They also hold treasures, writings, and art. Every tomb tells a story. It shows how people lived, what they believed, and how they prepared for death. Recent excavations have found tombs that were once lost. These tombs add details to the picture of Egyptian life and kingship. One example is the discovery of a tomb near Luxor that belonged to a high official. This tomb was richly decorated with paintings and inscriptions. It showed daily life in ancient Egypt. It revealed the official's role close to the pharaoh. The art and writings describe ceremonies, family, and work. This helps us understand the society around the pharaoh better. Even more exciting are discoveries of royal tombs. Pharaohs were buried with great care. Their tombs were designed to protect their bodies and souls for eternity. Recent finds have uncovered parts of tombs that were hidden or damaged. These discoveries help us learn about royal burial customs. They also tell us about the pharaoh's beliefs in the afterlife. In the Valley of the Kings, archaeologists keep finding new chambers and artifacts. These finds give clues about the construction of tombs and the rituals performed. For example, recent work has uncovered hidden rooms in the tomb of Pharaoh Tutankhamun. These rooms might hold more secrets about his family and reign. Such discoveries are rare and precious. Tombs also show us the craftsmanship of ancient Egyptians. The walls were covered with paintings that used natural pigments. These paintings were not just decoration, they were prayers and stories to help the pharaoh in the afterlife. Every symbol had meaning. The scenes showed gods, magic spells, and daily activities. Recent analysis of pigments has revealed how advanced their techniques were. Alongside tombs, papyri have been invaluable in understanding ancient Egypt. Papyri are ancient papers made from the papyrus plant. They were used to write letters, records, stories, and religious texts. Many papyri have survived thousands of years in the dry Egyptian climate. These documents give a voice to people from the past. Recent discoveries of papyri have brought new knowledge about politics, religion, and daily life. For example, the discovery of the Dream Book papyrus offers insights into how ancient Egyptians interpreted dreams. This shows their belief in a world beyond what we see. Such documents reveal the deep connection between the pharaoh, religion, and the people. One of the most important papyri found in recent years is the papyrus Anastasi. It contains instructions for scribes and officials. This shows the education and training needed to run the kingdom. It also reveals how the pharaoh's power depended on a well-organized administration. Without scribes and officials, the pharaoh could not control the land. Another type of papyri gives us legal and economic information. Contracts, tax records, and letters help reconstruct how Egypt's society worked. They tell us about trade, property, and justice. These documents make ancient Egypt more than just pyramids and gods. They show a complex society with rules and laws. Papyri also preserve stories and myths. Some of these stories are about pharaohs and gods. They explain how the world began and what happens after death. These texts helped pharaohs support their divine role. They were part of the culture that surrounded the throne. Recent finds of new papyri fragments allow scholars to piece together lost myths. Perhaps the most astonishing discoveries come from the study of mummies. Mummies are the preserved bodies of ancient Egyptians. Pharaohs and nobles were mummified to survive death. The process involved removing organs, drying the body, and wrapping it carefully. Mummies are like time capsules. They carry information about health, diet, and even diseases. In recent decades, scientists have applied modern technology to study mummies. Techniques like X-rays, kinetic scans, and DNA analysis allow us to look inside without damaging the bodies. This non-invasive approach has revolutionized Egyptology. It helps us understand who the pharaohs really were. DNA analysis is one of the most powerful tools. It can identify family relationships, origins, and genetic diseases. Recent DNA studies on mummies from the royal family have confirmed or challenged old theories. For example, DNA testing on the mummies believed to be related to Tutankhamun showed how closely linked the royal family was. It revealed cases of inbreeding, which may explain some health problems. These findings give us a new perspective on pharaohs. They were not perfect gods, they were human beings with weaknesses and strengths. Their lives were shaped by genetics as much as by power and belief. This humanization changes how we see them. DNA has also helped identify unknown mummies. Some tombs were found with bodies whose names were lost. Genetic testing has allowed scholars to match these remains with known royal lineages. This brings clarity to Egypt's complicated history of succession and rivalry. Recent discoveries in DNA also connect ancient Egyptians to other populations. Studies show that Egyptians had links with people from Africa, the Near East, and the Mediterranean. This supports the idea that Egypt was a cultural crossroads. Pharaohs ruled over a diverse and interconnected world. Mummies also reveal details about daily life. Analysis of hair, teeth, and bones tells us about diet and health. For example, many pharaohs had dental problems. This was likely due to a diet heavy in bread and sweets. Some mummies show signs of diseases like arthritis or infections. These findings help us understand the challenges faced by people in power. Recent discoveries of mummies also include new burial practices. Some tombs show changes in mummification techniques over time. These changes reflect shifts in religious beliefs and social customs. Studying these details helps scholars trace how Egyptian culture evolved. One fascinating discovery is the use of funerary masks and amulets. These items were placed with mummies to protect them in the afterlife. Recent tomb excavations have found masks made of gold and precious stones. These masks tell us about art, religion, and the wealth of pharaohs. They also show how the pharaoh's image was carefully crafted to last forever. Another important find is the discovery of wooden coffins with inscriptions. These coffins have prayers and spells. They are personalized for the deceased. The texts tell us about beliefs in resurrection and eternal life. These coffins give insight into the spiritual world of ancient Egypt. Tombs, papyri, and mummies together form a rich tapestry. Each element complements the others. Tombs show us the physical world of pharaohs. Papyri reveal their thoughts, laws, and stories. Mummies provide a direct link to their bodies and health. Recent discoveries in all three fields deepen our knowledge. These discoveries also teach us about the relationship between pharaohs and their people. Tomb paintings and papyri show scenes of workers building monuments and farming. They reveal the support system that allowed pharaohs to rule. DNA studies show how families and communities were connected. Together, these finds challenge old stereotypes. Pharaohs were not distant tyrants or gods who lived in luxury. They were complex figures, involved in politics, religion, and family life. They depended on many people. Their power was real but also fragile. Recent discoveries also emphasize the importance of preservation. Many ancient tombs and papyri are fragile. Without careful work, they could be lost. Archaeologists now use advanced methods to protect these treasures. Digital imaging, 3D modeling, and conservation help save the past for future generations. The pace of discoveries continues. Every year, new tombs are found. Papyri fragments are uncovered. Mummies are studied with better technology. Each find adds new layers to the story of pharaohs. As our knowledge grows, so does our respect for ancient Egypt. These discoveries remind us that history is alive. It is not just about dates and facts. It is about people who lived, dreamed, and ruled. Pharaohs were leaders who shaped a civilization that still fascinates the world. In the ancient world, pharaohs were unlike any other rulers. They were seen not just as kings, but as gods on earth. This idea shaped everything about how they ruled and how people saw them. Pharaohs were expected to be perfect. They were the living image of divine power and order. Their role was to keep balance in the universe, to protect their people, and to speak with the gods. This was no small task. It created a great tension between what pharaohs were supposed to be and what they actually were. Pharaohs were humans. They had feelings, doubts, and weaknesses like anyone else. They faced illness, fear, and death. Yet the people around them could never see these human sides. The pharaoh's image had to be flawless. This created a heavy burden. The tension between divine perfection and human reality is one of the most important ideas to understand about ancient Egypt. This tension was built into the very concept of kingship. The Egyptians believed in Ma'at. Ma'at was the divine order. It was harmony, truth and justice. Pharaohs were the guardians of Ma'at. They had to keep the world in balance. If Pharaoh failed, chaos would return. This belief put a sacred duty on the Pharaoh. They had to be wise, just and strong at all times. Ancient texts and art show pharaohs as ideal rulers. They are often shown as fearless warriors, builders and judges. They are calm and powerful, always in control. But history and archaeology reveal a more complicated story. Behind the grand temples and golden crowns, pharaohs were human beings with real struggles. Take the example of Pharaoh Akhenaten. He is famous for trying to change Egypt's religion. Akhenaten tried to focus worship on one god, the Aten. This was very different from Egypt's usual polytheism. Some scholars think his reforms caused unrest and confusion. Akhenaten's reign was difficult. He may have faced resistance from priests and nobles who liked the old ways. His body, shown in statues, looks very unusual. Some say this shows illness or genetic conditions. His human side comes through in the art, even as he is still shown as a divine figure. Akhenaten's story shows the tension well. He tried to be a perfect ruler by changing the gods, but his ideas were hard to accept. His health may have been poor. His reign ended with his memory being erased. Yet he was still a pharaoh, still expected to be godlike. Another example is the famous Tutankhamun. He became pharaoh as a child. Tutankhamun's reign was short and difficult. He was too young to rule alone. His advisors likely guided many decisions. His tomb was filled with treasures, but also signs of his health problems. Studies of his mummy show he had a club foot and other illnesses. He was fragile, but he was still pharaoh. He was expected to be a strong leader. These examples remind us that pharaohs lived in tension. They carried the weight of the divine image while facing human challenges. Their perfection was not always real. It was often an ideal they had to maintain. This tension affected everything they did. The public image of pharaohs was carefully managed. Art and writing made sure people saw them as powerful and flawless. Sculptures showed smooth faces and strong bodies. Stories told of victories and wisdom. Priests supported this image. They performed rituals that honored the pharaoh as a god. Yet behind the scenes, pharaohs had to deal with fear and uncertainty. They worried about enemies, both outside and inside Egypt. They faced illness without modern medicine. They struggled with politics and family rivalries. This private reality was hidden from most people. The tension between perfect god and human king was part of the pharaoh's daily life. This made ruling very difficult. Pharaohs had to appear calm and confident even when they were not. They had to give orders and make decisions that affected millions. Their failures could mean disaster for the whole country. Some pharaohs dealt with this tension better than others. Ramses II, called Ramses the Great, ruled for a very long time. He was a skilled warrior and builder. He left many monuments to show his power. Ramses worked hard to maintain his divine image. His long reign helped stabilize Egypt, but even he faced personal losses. Some of his children died young. He experienced the pain and fragility of life. The tension also influenced how pharaohs saw themselves. Some texts show pharaohs reflecting on their role. They knew they had to be more than human. They saw themselves as bridges between the gods and people. This created a sense of loneliness. They were set apart from others by their divine duty. The idea of divine kingship was central to this tension. Pharaohs were not ordinary rulers. They were gods who walked the earth. This belief was supported by powerful religious ideas. It gave pharaohs absolute authority, but it also made their position risky. If the pharaoh failed, people believed the gods would be angry. This could bring famine, war, or chaos. The pharaoh's role was both political and spiritual. This dual role added to the tension. Pharaohs led armies and built cities. They also led rituals and worship. They had to communicate with gods through priests and rituals. They had to be perfect in both roles. The pressure to be perfect was not just from the outside. Pharaohs also expected perfection from themselves. They were trained from childhood to be rulers and divine leaders. They learned rituals, laws, and military skills. They were surrounded by advisors who reminded them of their sacred duties. Pharaohs were also expected to be wise judges. They had to settle disputes and protect their people. They had to be just and fair, upholding might. This was a difficult balance. They had to show strength but also mercy. This tension between ideal and real shaped the way pharaohs ruled. Some became great builders and warriors. Others were less successful but still had to keep the image. Their lives were a constant performance. In some cases, pharaohs used this tension to their advantage. They showed themselves as humble servants of the gods. They admitted their weaknesses but promised to protect Egypt. This made them more relatable. It helped build trust. For example, Pharaoh Hatshepsut was a woman who ruled as a pharaoh. She had to work hard to be accepted. She used religious symbols and ceremonies to show her divine right. She balanced strength with humility. Her reign was successful and peaceful. The tension between perfection and humanity also appears in the way pharaohs prepared for death. Burial was very important. Pharaohs believed their souls would live forever. They built tombs filled with prayers and treasures. These were meant to help them in the afterlife. The tombs show a perfect image of the pharaoh, but the mummies show their real bodies. Some pharaohs had signs of illness or injury. This contrast between the tomb and the mummy reflects the tension in life. Modern science helps us understand this tension better. CT scans and DNA analysis reveal details about pharaohs' health and family. These studies show that pharaohs were mortal. They had real bodies with real problems. This knowledge changes how we see pharaohs today. They are not just distant gods on pedestals. They were humans with hopes and fears. They carried a divine image, but they lived with human limits. The tension between perfect God and imperfect human is a story that continues to fascinate us. It shows the complexity of ancient Egypt. It reveals the deep hopes and fears of a civilization. Pharaohs were symbols of power and divinity, but they were also fathers, mothers, warriors, and rulers. They faced challenges that we can still understand. In this tension lies the true humanity of pharaohs. They were more than kings. They were living bridges between heaven and earth. This tension shaped history. It shaped art, religion, and culture. It shaped how people lived and died. Understanding this tension helps us see pharaohs in a new light. It makes them real and relatable. It makes their stories more meaningful. The pharaoh's life was a constant balance between divine expectation and human reality, between strength and vulnerability, between order and chaos. This balance was not easy. It required courage, wisdom, and faith. And this is why the story of pharaohs is still told today. Because it speaks to something deep in all of us, the struggle to be perfect in an imperfect world, the search for meaning in the face of mortality, the hope to leave a legacy beyond life. Pharaohs remind us that even those who seem godlike are human. And in that truth we find both wonder and connection. Pharaohs lived under a unique kind of pressure. They were not just kings, they were gods on earth. This divine kingship was more than a title. It was a sacred duty. It shaped every moment of their lives. Every decision had deep meaning. Every action could affect the whole kingdom. This pressure was constant and immense. At the heart of this pressure was the need to keep order. The Egyptians believed the world was balanced by Ma'at. Ma'at meant truth, justice, and harmony. It was the natural order of things. Pharaohs were the guardians of Ma'at. They had to protect it with all their strength. If they failed, chaos would come. This belief made pharaohs responsible for everything that happened in Egypt. War was one of the greatest pressures pharaohs faced. Egypt was a rich and powerful land, but it was also surrounded by enemies. Many neighbors wanted to take its land and treasures. Pharaohs had to defend Egypt from invaders. They led armies into battle. They were expected to be brave and strong. Victory was proof of their divine favor. But war was dangerous and costly. Many pharaohs died in battle or from injuries. Even those who survived carried heavy burdens. They had to plan strategies, manage resources, and keep soldiers loyal. War was not just fighting. It was a test of leadership and wisdom. Take Pharaoh Ramses II, known as Ramses the Great. He fought one of the most famous battles in Egyptian history, the Battle of Kadesh. This battle was against the Hittites, a powerful enemy. Ramses led his army personally. The fight was fierce and lasted many hours. The outcome was not clear at first. Both sides claimed victory. But Ramses used the battle to strengthen his image as a warrior king. He built monuments to celebrate the victory and remind Egypt of his power. Ramses knew that winning battles was part of keeping Ma'at. It showed he was chosen by the gods. But the reality of war was harsh. Many soldiers died. Families were torn apart. Resources were spent. The pressure to win was immense. Failure meant not only loss of land, but loss of divine favor. Famine was another terrible pressure. Egypt's life depended on the Nile River. The Nile's floods brought water and fertile soil. When the floods were good, crops grew and people had enough to eat. When floods failed or were too low, famine followed. Pharaohs were expected to control nature's balance. They were seen as responsible for the Nile's floods. If the river did not rise properly, it was believed the pharaoh had lost the gods' favor. This could lead to unrest and rebellion. Famine meant hunger, disease, and death. People suffered deeply. Pharaohs had to respond quickly. They organized food storage and distribution. They built canals and irrigation systems to manage water. These projects were expensive and required great planning. One famous example is the reign of Pharaoh Djoser in the Old Kingdom. He built the first step pyramid at Saqqara. This was not only a tomb, but also a symbol of the pharaoh's power over life and death. Djoser's reign saw efforts to improve agriculture and manage resources better. This helped Egypt survive difficult times of famine. The pressure from famine was not just practical, it was spiritual. Pharaohs had to show they could keep Ma'at even when nature failed. Their ability to care for the people was a measure of their divine right. If they failed, their rule was questioned. Betrayal was a danger that haunted every pharaoh. Power was not easily kept. The royal court was full of rivals and enemies. Family members, advisors, and priests could all turn against the pharaoh. Pharaohs had to be cautious and wise. They needed loyal supporters. They had to watch for plots and conspiracies. Sometimes they used harsh punishments to keep control. Other times they made alliances through marriage or gifts. The story of Pharaoh Akhenaten shows this well. Akhenaten changed Egypt's religion to worship one god, the Aten. This upset many priests and nobles. They lost power and influence. Akhenaten's new ideas made him many enemies. After his death, his memory was erased. His successor restored the old gods. This shows how dangerous betrayal could be. A pharaoh's reforms could lead to their downfall. The pressure of betrayal affected how pharaohs ruled. They often surrounded themselves with trusted friends and family. They used religion and ritual to strengthen their authority. They also built grand monuments to remind people of their power and divinity. Legacy was another great pressure. Pharaohs wanted to be remembered forever. They built huge temples, pyramids, and statues. These were not just for decoration, they were meant to last through eternity. Pharaohs believed that through these monuments their spirit would live on. They thought their name and deeds needed to be remembered. This was part of their journey to the afterlife. A forgotten pharaoh was one who failed. The desire for legacy sometimes caused great projects. The pyramids of Giza are the most famous example. Pharaoh Khufu built the largest pyramid. It took thousands of workers and many years. It was a symbol of his power and eternal life. But building such monuments was not easy. It required huge resources and labor. Pharaohs had to manage complex logistics. They had to balance the needs of the living kingdom with the demands of the afterlife. The pressure to leave a lasting legacy also shaped how pharaohs acted in life. They wanted to be remembered as just, strong, and wise. They wrote stories and poems about their deeds. They sponsored art and religion to support their image. This search for legacy was not just personal, it was political. It helped pharaohs keep their rule. It inspired loyalty and fear. It connected them to the gods and to the people. The pressure of divine kingship was overwhelming. Pharaohs had to be perfect in war, famine, betrayal, and legacy. They had to hold the kingdom together through these challenges. Their success was measured by how well they kept Ma'at. This was the balance between heaven and earth, between gods and humans, between order and chaos. Pharaohs lived knowing that failure was not just personal, it was cosmic. It threatened the world itself. This belief shaped the whole of Egyptian civilization. It influenced art, religion, law, and daily life. It made the pharaoh the most important figure in Egypt, but it also made the pharaoh's life full of tension. They were expected to be gods, but they lived as humans. They faced dangers and struggles like everyone else. This tension gave rise to some of history's greatest stories. Stories of courage, wisdom, betrayal, and triumph. Understanding the pressures of divine kingship helps us see pharaohs not just as distant figures, but as real people. People who carried a heavy burden. People who shaped one of the greatest civilizations in history. Their lives teach us about power and responsibility, about the limits of human strength, about the hope to transcend mortality. In this way, the story of pharaohs is timeless. It speaks to the universal human experience. The struggle to lead and protect, the fear of failure, the desire to be remembered. Pharaohs remind us that leadership is never easy. It demands sacrifice and courage. It requires balancing many forces. They show us the cost of power and the cost of its loss. Pharaohs lived under a heavy and unique burden. They were not ordinary rulers. They were seen as gods on earth. This meant they carried the weight of both divine power and human responsibility. This was the central challenge of their lives. How could one person survive such pressure? How could they rule a vast and complex kingdom while living up to the demands of godhood? At times some succeeded, at other times some failed. Understanding this challenge reveals much about the nature of ancient Egypt. It is also about dealing with opposition, uncertainty, and the passage of time. In the end, Akhenaten, Hatshepsut, and Ramses II are more than ancient figures. They are examples of what it means to lead with conviction, adaptability, and purpose. Their stories enrich our understanding of history and human nature. They teach us that leadership takes many forms, each with its own challenges and rewards. Through their different paths, these pharaohs show us the power of belief, the strength of character, and the importance of legacy. They invite us to look beyond the surface and see the complexity of kingship. Their reigns are chapters in the great story of Egypt, a story of gods and humans, power and vulnerability, change and continuity. As we study their lives, we learn that leadership is never easy. It demands courage to face change, wisdom to balance tradition, and strength to endure challenges. The pharaohs' leadership styles are windows into the heart of ancient Egypt. They reveal a civilization where the divine and human met in the person of the king. And through their stories, we glimpse the eternal struggle to lead with honor and vision. The story of the pharaohs is not just the story of kings alone, it is also the story of many voices. Those who served the pharaoh, those who lived under him, and those who recorded his deeds. To truly understand how different pharaohs interpreted their divine duty, we must listen to the perspectives of the priests, the scribes, and the common people. Each group had its own view of the king and his role in maintaining the balance of the world. Their voices add depth and meaning to the pharaoh's task. The pharaoh was believed to be more than a king. He was a divine figure, the link between the gods and the people. This idea came from the priests, the keepers of religion. The priests saw the pharaoh as the living god Horus on earth. He was the one who upheld Ma'at, the sacred order of the universe. Ma'at meant truth, justice, balance, and harmony. If Ma'at was broken, chaos would follow. The priests taught that the pharaoh's main duty was to keep Ma'at alive. This meant performing rituals, building temples, making offerings to the gods, and ruling justly. For the priests, the pharaoh was a sacred being. His divine duty was religious and political. He was the chief priest of all temples. He was responsible for pleasing the gods so they would protect Egypt. Without the pharaoh's devotion, the gods might withdraw their favor. Floods might fail to come, crops might die, enemies might invade. The priests depended on the pharaoh to provide for their temples. They saw him as the mediator who connected heaven and earth. This sacred role was not a simple task. It required constant attention to ceremonies and rituals. Different pharaohs interpreted this divine duty in their own ways. Some, like Ramses II, were strong patrons of the gods. Ramses built enormous temples such as Abu Simbel to honor the gods and display his connection to them. He portrayed himself as the warrior king chosen by Amun and Ra to protect Egypt. His divine duty was to fight for Egypt and to show power through grand monuments. The priests supported him because he respected the gods and enriched their temples. His reign was a time of military strength and religious devotion. Other pharaohs interpreted their divine duty through spiritual reform. Akhenaten is the most famous example. He abandoned the old gods and focused worship on the Aten, the sun disk. For Akhenaten, his divine duty was to bring Egypt closer to one god. He moved the capital to Akhenaten and changed religious practices. The priests of the old gods were angered and alienated. Many common people were confused. Akhenaten's view of kingship was unique. He saw himself as the sole chosen one, directly connected to the Aten. His divine duty was a personal mission to reshape religion. This caused division and unrest. The scribes played a special role in how the pharaoh's divine duty was seen. Scribes were the educated men who could read and write. They recorded history, laws, religious texts, and administrative details. They wrote the stories told to the people and the records used by the government. For scribes, the pharaoh was the lawgiver and the source of justice. The divine duty of the pharaoh included maintaining order in society and making sure laws were fair. The scribes were the ones who communicated the pharaoh's achievements and decrees to the people. Scribes respected pharaohs who ruled wisely and upheld Ma'at. They admired kings like Hatshepsut, who restored peace and encouraged trade. The story of her expedition to Punt was written down by scribes to show her success and divine favor. Scribes also recorded the military victories of strong kings like Thutmose III. Through their writings, pharaohs were remembered as protectors of Egypt and maintainers of harmony. The scribe's perspective highlighted the pharaoh's role as a just ruler who brought stability. For the common people, the pharaoh was both a distant figure and a necessary force. Most Egyptians lived as farmers, craftsmen, and laborers. Their daily lives depended on the Nile, the land, and the stability that the pharaoh's rule provided. To the commoners, the pharaoh was the god-king who controlled the floods and protected Egypt from enemies. They saw him as a provider and protector, though often far removed from their daily struggles. Their understanding of the pharaoh's divine duty was practical. He kept the world in order so they could live in peace and grow their crops. Some common people may have viewed the pharaoh with a mixture of awe and fear. Stories passed down described him as powerful and sometimes harsh. Yet they also relied on his generosity through festivals, food distributions, and building projects that gave work. The pharaoh's divine duty was to ensure the survival and prosperity of the people. If the pharaoh failed, famine or war might bring suffering. Therefore, commoners hoped for a strong, just, and benevolent ruler. The case of Tutankhamun offers insight into how different perspectives met in one pharaoh. He was a young king who inherited the throne after Akhenaten's religious revolution. Tutankhamun restored the old gods and temples, showing respect to the priests and their traditions. From the priest's view, this was a return to proper divine duty. The scribes recorded his acts as a restorer of Ma'at and the gods' favor. The common people likely welcomed this return to stability after years of religious confusion. In this story, we see how the pharaoh's divine duty was never fixed. It changed depending on the ruler, the priesthood, and the needs of the people. Some pharaohs emphasized their role as warriors and protectors. Others focused on spiritual reform or economic prosperity. The priests always reminded pharaohs of their sacred duty to the gods. The scribes ensured that this duty was recorded for future generations. The commoners lived with the results of the pharaoh's decisions. The relationship between pharaoh and priests was both cooperative and tense. Pharaohs needed the priests' support to maintain religious legitimacy. Priests relied on pharaohs for resources and protection. Sometimes pharaohs like Akhenaten challenged the priests directly. Other times, pharaohs worked closely with them to reinforce their divine role. For example, Seti I carefully restored temples and rituals damaged during earlier turmoil. This showed respect to the priesthood and reassured the people. The scribes acted as both recorders and advisors. They helped pharaohs communicate their divine duty to the people. Their writings shaped how later generations understood each ruler. Scribes preserved prayers, hymns, and official texts that praised Pharaoh's connection to the gods. Through these documents, pharaohs were seen not only as rulers, but as symbols of order and justice. Commoners often experienced the pharaoh's divine duty through public events. Festivals, temple ceremonies, and royal proclamations brought the pharaoh's presence to the people. The Opet festival, for example, celebrated the pharaoh's renewal of Ma'at. Such events were times when the people could witness the pharaoh's divine role in action. They connected the god-king with their daily lives, even if the pharaoh was far away. Pharaohs interpreted their divine duty also through the arts. Paintings, statues, and reliefs often showed the pharaoh in close contact with the gods. This visual language reinforced the idea that pharaohs were chosen by the divine. It reminded all Egyptians of the sacred responsibility that kings held. These images told stories of strength, wisdom, and protection. Different pharaohs chose different ways to express this divine duty. Akhenaten used art to highlight his closeness to the Aten and his unique status. Hatshepsut portrayed herself as both a woman and a king, emphasizing her divine right to rule. Ramses II used grand monuments and military imagery to project his power and divine favor. These choices shaped how people understood their king. The pressures of divine duty were immense. Pharaohs had to meet religious expectations, maintain political control, and provide for the people. Failures could lead to loss of support or even rebellion. Success meant harmony and prosperity for Egypt. This delicate balance shaped the choices each pharaoh made. Priests reminded pharaohs that neglecting the gods could bring disaster. Scribes reminded pharaohs to rule justly and record their deeds carefully. Commoners expected safety, good harvests, and peace. Pharaohs interpreted their divine duty by navigating these demands. Their leadership was a constant balancing act. In conclusion, the divine duty of the pharaoh was a complex idea seen through many eyes. Priests viewed the pharaoh as the sacred guardian of Ma'at. Scribes saw him as the source of law and order. Commoners experienced the pharaoh as protector and provider. Each pharaoh interpreted this duty based on his or her personality, beliefs, and circumstances. From Akhenaten's religious revolution to Hatshepsut's peaceful reign and Ramses II's powerful rule, we see varied expressions of divine kingship. The pharaoh was never just a ruler. He or she was a living symbol of Egypt's connection to the gods and the world's order. Through the voices of priests, scribes, and commoners, we gain a richer understanding of what it meant to be pharaoh and how divine duty shaped the fate of one of history's greatest civilizations. Seti I stands as one of the most remarkable pharaohs in ancient Egypt's New Kingdom. His reign marks a time when Egypt reached a peak of power, influence, and stability. To understand Seti I's success and why his rule represents the height of New Kingdom power, we must explore the historical background, his achievements in military and religious life, his building projects, and the lasting legacy he left behind. This story is one of restoration, strength, and careful leadership. It shows how one man's dedication helped Egypt shine in an era of complexity and challenge. Seti I ruled Egypt during the 19th dynasty. This was a period following a time of struggle. Egypt had faced threats from foreign invaders and internal turmoil. The previous rulers had fought to reclaim lands and power. Seti I inherited this situation. He stepped onto the throne ready to restore order and glory. His name Seti means of Set, the god of storms and war. This hints at his strong character and the challenges he would face. One of the first things to note about Seti I is his role as a military leader. Ancient Egypt was surrounded by powerful neighbors and potential enemies. To maintain control, pharaohs had to be warriors. Seti I was no exception. He led military campaigns to secure Egypt's borders and reassert dominance over lost territories. His armies marched into regions such as Nubia and Canaan. In these areas he defeated hostile forces and restored Egyptian rule. The military success of Seti I was important because it brought peace and stability back to Egypt's frontiers. With secure borders, the country could focus on growth and prosperity. The military campaigns of Seti I were not only about war, they were about diplomacy and influence. By showing strength, he ensured that neighboring lands respected Egypt's power. This helped maintain trade routes and political alliances. Ancient Egypt's wealth depended greatly on access to resources and trade. Seti I's victories guaranteed Egypt's place as a dominant power in the region. His military achievements are well documented in reliefs and inscriptions on temples. These stories celebrate his bravery and strategic mind. Another key part of Seti's success was his deep connection to religion. For pharaohs, religion was not separate from politics, it was the foundation of their authority. Seti I saw himself as the servant of the gods, especially Amun-Ra, the king of gods. His divine duty was to honor the gods and keep Ma'at, the cosmic order. He worked closely with the priesthood to restore temples and religious practices that had suffered during earlier conflicts. Seti's dedication to religion reassured the people and priests alike. It was a sign that order and divine favor had returned to Egypt. One of the most visible ways Seti showed his devotion was through building projects. He is famous for constructing grand temples, especially at Abydos and Karnak. These temples were not just places of worship, they were symbols of the pharaoh's power and piety. At Abydos, Seti built a magnificent temple dedicated to Osiris, the god of the afterlife. This temple remains one of the best preserved examples of New Kingdom architecture. Its walls are covered with detailed reliefs showing Seti performing rituals and honoring the gods. This work connected him with Egypt's religious past and its future. The temple at Karnak is another testament to Seti-Pharaoh's success. Karnak was Egypt's most important religious center, home to the god Amun. Seti expanded the temple complex and added beautiful statues and reliefs. His building projects served both practical and symbolic purposes. They provided places for worship and festivals. They also reinforced the pharaoh's image as the chosen ruler favored by the gods. In these ways, Seti's temples linked his reign to divine authority. Beyond the temples, Seti also restored order within Egypt. After years of conflict and instability, his rule brought peace. This allowed the economy to flourish. Farmers could tend their fields without fear. Artisans and craftsmen could work on temples and tombs. Trade could thrive with other nations. The prosperity of the New Kingdom during Seti I's reign depended on this stability. His leadership brought confidence to the people and the administration. The story of Seti I's success cannot be told without mentioning his son, Ramses II. Ramses would become one of Egypt's most famous pharaohs, but Seti laid the foundation. He trained his son in the arts of war, diplomacy, and governance. Together they represented continuity and strength for Egypt. Seti's careful preparation ensured that Egypt's power would last beyond his own lifetime. It is important to recognize that Seti I's reign also faced challenges. Maintaining such a vast empire was never easy. Internal threats from rival nobles and external dangers from new enemies always existed. Yet Seti's skillful leadership helped Egypt navigate these dangers. He balanced military force with religious devotion and political savvy. This balance was key to his success. Seti I's reign is well documented through archaeology. His tomb in the Valley of the Kings, known as KV-17, is one of the largest and most elaborate ever found. The tomb's walls are decorated with detailed paintings that depict religious scenes and the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife. These artworks give us insight into how Seti I saw himself and his divine mission. The tomb also reflects the wealth and artistic skill present during his time. It stands as a lasting monument to his success. The reliefs and inscriptions in Seti's temples also tell a story of a pharaoh who was confident yet humble before the gods. He credited his victories and achievements to divine favor. This shows how he understood his role as a servant of the gods, not just a ruler by force. Seti's success was deeply tied to this idea of divine kingship. His power came from the gods and was expressed through his duties to them and the people. Seti's story also reveals how leadership in ancient Egypt was a complex task. Pharaohs had to be warriors, priests, builders, and diplomats all at once. Seti managed these roles skillfully. His military campaigns protected Egypt, his religious devotion strengthened his authority. His building projects inspired loyalty and respect. His governance brought peace and prosperity. Together, these achievements made his reign a golden age for the New Kingdom. To truly appreciate Seti's success, we must also see the broader context. The New Kingdom was a time when Egypt expanded beyond its traditional borders. It engaged with powerful neighbours such as the Hittites, Mitanni and Nubians. The pharaohs of this era needed to be strong leaders to maintain Egypt's place in the ancient world. Seti I rose to this challenge. He restored Egypt's power after a period of difficulty and prepared it for future greatness. In many ways, Seti I represents the ideal pharaoh. He balanced strength with piety. He was a warrior and a worshipper. He respected tradition while also pushing Egypt forward. His reign stands as a beacon of what the pharaoh's role could be. Through his example, later rulers learned the importance of combining military skill, religious devotion, and wise governance. Akhenaten's story is one of the most striking in ancient Egyptian history. His reign marks a turning point that reveals how even the greatest power can falter when it challenges tradition too deeply. To understand his failure, we must look at his religious reforms, the political and social upheaval they caused, and the lasting consequences for Egypt. This story is both a caution and a window into the fragile balance that pharaohs had to maintain. Akhenaten's attempt to reshape Egypt's beliefs was bold, but it brought instability that echoed long after his death. Akhenaten was born Amenhotep IV. He became pharaoh of Egypt around 1353 BCE during the 18th dynasty, a time of great wealth and power. His early years as king followed the path of his ancestors. He ruled as a traditional pharaoh, honoring the many gods of Egypt and supporting the priesthood, especially the powerful cult of Amun-Ra. But something changed. Akhenaten began to see the world differently. He became devoted to a new religious idea centered on one god, the Aten. This god was represented by the sun disk, a symbol of life and creation. Akhenaten's religious reform was revolutionary. He abandoned Egypt's traditional polytheism, the worship of many gods, and promoted the Aten as the sole god. This shift is often called monotheism, though some scholars argue it was a form of henotheism, the worship of one god without denying the existence of others. Nevertheless, Akhenaten's move was radical for Egypt, a society deeply rooted in its many gods and rituals. The god Amun had especially powerful priests and temples. By challenging this system, Akhenaten shook the foundation of Egypt's religious and political life. One of the first signs of his reform was the change of his name from Amenhotep IV to Akhenaten. This new name means effective for the Aten. He moved the capital city from Thebes, the religious heart of Egypt, to a new city called Akhenaten, known today as Amarna. This city was built in a remote desert location to honor the Aten. Akhenaten's relocation was symbolic and practical. It distanced him from the old religious elite and allowed him to create a new center for worship dedicated to his god. Akhenaten's reforms did not stop with religious belief. They affected art, culture, and governance. The art style changed dramatically during his reign. Instead of the formal, idealized images of earlier pharaohs, artists depicted Akhenaten and his family in a more naturalistic and sometimes exaggerated way. He was shown with a slender body, elongated face, and full lips. Scenes depicted the pharaoh receiving the rays of the Aten's light, emphasizing his unique relationship with the god. This artistic shift reflected Akhenaten's desire to present a new vision of kingship. He was no longer just a political ruler, he was the living embodiment of the Aten's will on earth. His divine status was heightened, but also personalized. Akhenaten claimed a direct connection to the sun god, bypassing the traditional priesthood. This was a challenge to the established order. The religious reforms and new art style created confusion and resistance. The priests of Amun and other gods lost their power and influence. Temples were neglected or closed. Rituals that had been central to Egyptian life were replaced or suppressed. The traditional religious festivals stopped. For the common people and nobles, these changes were unsettling. Religion was deeply woven into their daily lives, and Akhenaten's reforms disrupted the social fabric. Politically, Akhenaten's focus on religion and his new capital took attention away from Egypt's empire and international relations. Egypt had enemies and rivals in the Near East, including the Hittites and Mitanni. Pharaohs before Akhenaten had maintained power through military strength and diplomacy. Akhenaten, however, seemed more concerned with his religious vision than with statecraft. This neglect weakened Egypt's hold over its territories and diminished its influence abroad. The economic effects of Akhenaten's reign were also significant. Building the new city of Akhetaten required enormous resources. The redirection of wealth to the Aten cult drained funds from other parts of the kingdom. The old temples and priesthoods that managed land and resources lost support. This shift disrupted the economy and administration, adding to the kingdom's instability. The tension caused by Akhenaten's reforms led to unrest within the court and the population. Some officials and nobles remained loyal to the old gods and resented the pharaoh's changes. Others may have been uncertain about where their allegiance should lie. The usual support networks of a pharaoh, priests, nobles, army leaders, were fractured. This made governance more difficult. Akhenaten's family life also reflected the religious change. His chief queen, Nefertiti, played a prominent role in promoting the Aten. She appeared in art alongside Akhenaten, sometimes performing rituals that were traditionally reserved for the pharaoh. This unusual elevation of the queen was part of the new religious order, but also broke with tradition. Akhenaten and Nefertiti had 6 daughters, but no surviving male heir is clearly identified, adding to succession concerns. The religious upheaval did not last long beyond Akhenaten's death. After his reign, Egypt's leaders moved quickly to restore the old gods and traditions. His successor, Tutankhamun, originally named Tutankhaten, changed his name to reflect the return to Amun worship. He abandoned Akhetaten and moved the capital back to Thebes. Temples to the Aten were closed and the priesthood of Amun regained power. This restoration was so complete that Akhenaten's reign was almost erased from official history. This swift reversal shows how destabilizing Akhenaten's reforms were. The old religious order had deep roots. Its restoration helped bring political stability back to Egypt. The failure of Akhenaten's vision is a reminder of the delicate balance a pharaoh had to maintain between innovation and tradition. The instability caused by Akhenaten's religious revolution also affected Egypt's military and diplomatic standing. Records show that Egypt lost some influence in the Near East during this time. The pharaohs before and after Akhenaten managed to maintain alliances and control through strong leadership and strategic marriages. Akhenaten's distraction with religious matters weakened Egypt's external position. Some scholars suggest that Akhenaten's religious reform may have contributed indirectly to future conflicts. The weakening of Egypt's empire created opportunities for enemies to challenge Egyptian authority. This vulnerability eventually led to internal struggles and foreign invasions in later periods. In the long term, Akhenaten's reign remains a fascinating episode. His attempt to change the religious landscape of Egypt was unique in history. It challenged the idea that pharaohs must uphold the established ma'at through tradition. Instead, Akhenaten pursued a personal vision of divine kingship. This vision, however, failed to gain lasting acceptance. The legacy of Akhenaten teaches us much about the nature of power and change. Pharaohs were expected to be perfect, maintaining harmony between gods and people. When they deviated from this role, as Akhenaten did, the consequences could be severe. His failure shows how even a god-king is limited by the expectations of his culture and the strength of tradition. Archaeological discoveries at Amarna have shed light on this period. The city, abandoned after Akhenaten's death, reveals a snapshot of his reign and its religious fervor. The well-preserved art and buildings show the extent of his reforms and the life of his court. These findings help historians understand the boldness and risks of Akhenaten's rule. Cleopatra VII is one of the most famous figures in ancient history. Her name often brings to mind images of beauty, power, and drama. But her life is much more complex than the stories told in popular culture. She was a queen of Egypt during a time when Rome was becoming the greatest power in the world. Cleopatra's story is full of grey areas. Was she a victim caught in the ambitions of Rome, or was she a ruler who failed to save her kingdom? To understand her, we must look closely at her life, her choices, and the world she lived in. Cleopatra was born around 69 BCE into the Ptolemaic dynasty. The Ptolemies were Greek rulers who took control of Egypt after the death of Alexander the Great. They ruled Egypt for almost 3 centuries. Cleopatra was the last active ruler from this family. By the time she became queen, Egypt was a wealthy land, famous for its grain, temples, and ancient culture. But it was also under increasing pressure from Rome. Rome was growing stronger. It was a republic that controlled vast territories around the Mediterranean. Its leaders were powerful men who often competed for influence and glory. Egypt was a prize, known for its riches and strategic location. But the Ptolemies were no longer the powerful dynasty they once were. They had internal problems, including family quarrels and political instability. Cleopatra inherited this fragile situation when she took the throne. Cleopatra became queen at the age of about 18. She ruled jointly with her younger brother Ptolemy XIII, as was the custom. But their relationship was not peaceful. Soon they became rivals, each trying to control Egypt. This conflict turned into a civil war, weakening the kingdom. During this time, Julius Caesar, the Roman general and leader, arrived in Egypt. Caesar had just won a civil war in Rome and was chasing his enemy Pompey. Pompey fled to Egypt, but was killed on arrival. Cleopatra saw an opportunity in Caesar's presence. She famously had herself smuggled into Caesar's palace, wrapped in a carpet or linen sack. This bold move impressed Caesar and began a political and romantic alliance between them. Caesar helped Cleopatra regain her throne and defeat her brother. This alliance strengthened Cleopatra's position but tied her fate to Rome. She had a son by Caesar named Caesarion, yet Caesar's power in Rome was not secure. He was assassinated in 44 BCE, plunging Rome into chaos. After Caesar's death, Cleopatra aligned with Mark Antony, one of Rome's powerful leaders. Antony was part of the Second Triumvirate, ruling Rome along with Octavian and Lepidus. Cleopatra and Antony's relationship was both political and personal. They shared children and supported each other's ambitions. But their alliance was seen as a threat by Octavian, Caesar's adopted heir. Octavian wanted to control Rome and its territories. He portrayed Cleopatra as a dangerous foreign queen who was manipulating Antony and threatening Rome's future. Roman propaganda painted her as a seductress and villain. This portrayal shaped much of how history remembers her. The conflict between Antony and Octavian ended with the famous Battle of Actium in 31 BCE. Octavian won decisively. Antony and Cleopatra fled back to Egypt. Their power was broken. Facing defeat, both took their own lives. Cleopatra's death marked the end of the Ptolemaic dynasty and Egypt's independence. Egypt became a province of the Roman Empire. To judge Cleopatra as either a victim or a failed ruler, we need to understand her context. She was a woman ruling in a male-dominated world. She faced enormous pressure from Rome, whose power was growing every day. She had to navigate family rivalries, foreign politics, and internal unrest. Cleopatra was intelligent and educated. She spoke several languages and was known for her charm and political skill. She was not simply a beautiful queen, but a shrewd leader who fought to protect her kingdom. Some historians argue Cleopatra was a victim. Rome's ambitions were unstoppable. Egypt was too small and too rich to escape Rome's grasp. Cleopatra's alliances with Caesar and Antony were pragmatic. She used her relationships to try to keep Egypt independent. She played a difficult game against powerful men and forces beyond her control. In this view, Cleopatra was a strong woman caught in a dangerous time. She did all she could to save her people. On the other hand, some see her as a failed ruler. Despite her intelligence and effort, she could not prevent Egypt's fall. Her alliances brought Egypt into Rome's internal conflicts, which weakened the kingdom. Her association with Antony led to war with Octavian and ultimately destruction. She could not build a strong enough base of support within Egypt or Rome. Some argue that her reliance on foreign leaders was risky and showed weakness. Recent scholarship tries to move beyond these extremes. Cleopatra's reign was complex and cannot be judged simply by success or failure. Her story shows the limits of power in a time of empire. Her efforts delayed Egypt's loss of independence but did not stop it. She was a symbol of Egyptian identity, but also a player on the Roman stage. She was both ruler and survivor. Cleopatra's story also reflects broader themes about power and gender. As a woman, she had to use different strategies than male rulers. She combined politics, culture, and personal relationships to influence events. This made her vulnerable to criticism and myth-making. The Roman historians who wrote about her often did so with bias. They exaggerated or distorted her role to serve their own agendas. Archaeological discoveries have helped us understand Cleopatra better. Coins, statues, and inscriptions show her as a serious ruler. They reveal her use of Egyptian religious symbols to connect with her people. She presented herself as both a Greek Ptolemy and an Egyptian pharaoh. This dual identity helped her rule, but also complicated her position. Cleopatra's legacy is also shaped by her dramatic end. Her suicide has been romanticized in art and literature. It is seen as a final act of control in a world where she had little power left. This moment captures the tragedy of her reign, a brilliant leader overwhelmed by forces she could not control. In the end, Cleopatra was neither simply a victim nor a failure. She was a ruler facing impossible challenges. Her story is a reminder of how history is shaped by power, ambition, and perspective. It teaches us to look beyond stereotypes and to understand the full humanity of those who lived in the past. Cleopatra's life was a bridge between Egypt's ancient world and the new Roman order. Her reign marked the end of one era and the beginning of another. She remains a powerful symbol of strength, complexity, and the difficult choices leaders must make. Her story continues to fascinate because it is about the struggle to survive and lead in a changing world. Leadership is a journey full of challenges, decisions, and constant change. It shapes the course of history and the lives of many. When we look at the stories of ancient pharaohs like Akhenaten, Hatshepsut, Ramses II, and Cleopatra VII, we see much more than kings and queens. We see lessons about leadership, legacy, and adaptation that still matter today. Each of these rulers shows a different face of leadership. They reveal how power can be used, how it can be challenged, and how it can leave a mark for generations. Their lives remind us that leadership is never simple or fixed. It is a path filled with choices that can bring success or failure, and sometimes both at once. Akhenaten stands out as a leader who changed the rules. He introduced a religious revolution in ancient Egypt. For centuries, Egyptians worshipped many gods. Akhenaten chose to focus worship on a single god, the Aten, the sun disk. This was a bold move. It challenged the old traditions and the powerful priests who served many gods. His new religion changed the way people thought about the world and their king's role in it. But Akhenaten's leadership also brought instability. The old religious order resisted his changes. Many Egyptians found it hard to accept the new ideas. The priesthood lost power and influence, creating tension. After Akhenaten's death, Egypt quickly returned to its old beliefs. His religious revolution did not last. This shows how leadership that challenges deeply rooted traditions can face strong resistance. Akhenaten's story teaches us about the risks of radical change. Leaders who try to reshape society must balance innovation with respect for existing values. Too much change too fast can break the trust of the people. Yet his courage to follow his vision remains impressive. It shows that true leadership often means stepping into the unknown. In contrast, Hatshepsut offers a story of careful adaptation and skillful leadership. She was one of the few female pharaohs in Egyptian history. In a society dominated by men, she rose to power and ruled successfully for many years. Hatshepsut understood the importance of tradition. She presented herself as a pharaoh in the full royal regalia. She even wore a false beard to fit the image of a male ruler. But she also adapted the role to her strengths. She focused on building projects, trade expeditions, and peace. Under her rule, Egypt prospered. She balanced respect for the gods and the people's beliefs with a clear vision for economic growth. Her reign was stable and peaceful, which allowed her kingdom to flourish. Hatshepsut's story reveals how leadership can blend tradition with innovation. She shows that sometimes adapting to existing expectations can be a powerful way to lead. Her success came from understanding her people and the limits of her power. She respected the past while shaping a new future. Ramses II, often called Ramses the Great, represents a leader who combined strength, ambition, and propaganda. He ruled for a very long time and led many military campaigns. His battles expanded Egypt's influence and protected its borders. Ramses built massive temples and monuments to celebrate his achievements and his divine right to rule. His leadership was marked by confidence and showmanship. He used architecture and art to project his power and connect with both the gods and his people. Ramses carefully crafted his image as a warrior and builder, ensuring that his legacy would last thousands of years. Yet Ramses also faced challenges. His wars were costly, and his empire eventually weakened after his death. His legacy is a reminder that even the most powerful rulers cannot hold on to power forever. Leadership must be balanced with foresight and care for the future beyond personal glory. Cleopatra VII, the last pharaoh of Egypt, brings a different perspective. She ruled in a time when Egypt was under threat from the rising power of Rome. Cleopatra's leadership was marked by adaptation and diplomacy. She formed political and personal alliances with Julius Caesar and later Mark Antony. These relationships were meant to protect Egypt and keep it independent. Cleopatra's story shows the complexity of leadership in a world dominated by larger powers. She was a skilled politician and communicator who used her intelligence and charm to influence powerful men. Yet, her reign ended with Egypt becoming a Roman province. She faced the overwhelming forces of empire and ambition. Her life teaches us about the limits of leadership when external pressures are too great. It also shows how legacy can be shaped by both history and myth. Cleopatra's image has been altered by centuries of storytelling. Still, her real story reveals a leader who tried to navigate impossible circumstances with courage. When we look across these examples, a pattern emerges. Leadership is deeply connected to legacy. How a ruler is remembered depends not only on their actions, but on the stories told after their time. Akhenaten's religious revolution was lost, but remembered as a bold experiment. Hatshepsut's peaceful reign was once nearly erased, but is now celebrated. Ramesses' monuments still stand as symbols of power. Cleopatra's story is still debated and reinterpreted. These leaders also show us that adaptation is vital. The world is always changing, and leaders must find ways to respond. Sometimes this means embracing change, as Akhenaten did. Sometimes it means working within the system, like Hatshepsut. Sometimes it means using all available tools, military, diplomatic, cultural, to survive, as Ramesses and Cleopatra did. Their experiences warn us of the dangers leaders face. There is pressure to be perfect, to meet the expectations of gods, people, and history. Yet all these pharaohs were human, facing fear, ambition, doubt, and opposition. Their successes and failures reflect this tension between ideal and reality. The stories also reveal the importance of balance, balancing innovation with tradition, balancing strength with diplomacy, balancing public image with private reality. Leadership is not about absolute power, but about managing these tensions. Moreover, these examples show how leadership is more than just ruling. It is about inspiring people, creating a vision, and leaving a lasting impact. Pharaohs were not just political leaders, but symbols. Their actions connected the earthly and divine, shaping how people understood their place in the world. We see too how leadership is shaped by context. Akhenaten's Egypt was a religious and political system resistant to change. Hatshepsut's Egypt valued tradition but was open to a strong female ruler if she respected customs. Ramesses' Egypt was an empire defending itself against rivals. Cleopatra's Egypt was a small kingdom fighting to remain independent against a rising empire. Each ruler's story is a response to their time and challenges. Their leadership style reflects the needs and possibilities of their moment. This reminds us that leadership cannot be separated from history and culture. In conclusion, these examples teach us that leadership is a complex human experience. It involves vision, courage, and compromise. Legacy is not guaranteed but earned through choices and actions. Adaptation is essential to survive and thrive in changing times. The pharaohs remind us that true leadership is not only about power, but about responsibility. It is about understanding people, history, and the future. They show us the risks and rewards of stepping into the role of leader, and they leave us with lessons that remain relevant today. Leadership is both a challenge and an opportunity. It is a path of learning and growth. The stories of these pharaohs invite us to reflect on what it means to lead with wisdom, strength, and humility. They encourage us to think about how we build our own legacy in the face of change. In their lives and reigns, we find timeless truths about the human condition, about how power can shape destiny and how leaders can shape the world. Their stories are not just history, they are mirrors for all who seek to understand the meaning of leadership. Modern Egyptology has changed how we understand ancient Egypt in many deep ways. For a long time, what we knew about Egypt came from old texts, monuments, and artifacts. These sources gave us a view, but it was often incomplete or shaped by biases of the time. Today, with new technology and fresh ideas, we see ancient Egypt in a much clearer light. This transformation helps us appreciate the people and their history in ways never before possible. One of the most exciting advances is the use of DNA testing on royal mummies. For centuries, the mummies of pharaohs and their families lay hidden, waiting to tell their stories. Now, scientists can extract tiny fragments of DNA from these ancient remains. This allows them to study the family relationships, health problems, and even origins of the Egyptian royal line. Through DNA, we gain personal insights into the rulers behind the great monuments. For example, DNA testing has shed light on the family of Tutankhamun. Known as the Boy King, Tutankhamun's tomb was discovered in 1922, bringing immense interest to Egypt. His early death puzzled scholars for many years. DNA helped reveal that he had several genetic disorders, likely caused by the close intermarriage among his family. This explains his fragile health and early death. It also shows the risks royal families faced in trying to keep power and bloodlines pure. Beyond health, DNA has helped confirm relationships between famous pharaohs. It showed how Tutankhamun was related to his parents, believed to be siblings. This discovery was surprising, but explained some physical issues seen in the mummy. Scientists also examined the mummies of other rulers, such as Ramses II, to trace family lines and identify unknown remains. These findings help clarify the dynastic history and succession, which was often confusing or disputed in old records. DNA testing also gives us clues about where the Egyptians came from and how they interacted with neighboring peoples. It shows a mix of local African ancestry with influences from the Near East. This genetic diversity reflects Egypt's role as a crossroads of civilizations where cultures met and mingled. It helps us understand the complex identity of ancient Egypt beyond simple stereotypes. Another key shift in modern Egyptology is the way we view Hatshepsut's reign. For a long time, Hatshepsut was seen as an odd exception, a woman who somehow ruled as pharaoh in a male world. Some early scholars even thought her reign was a mistake or anomaly in Egyptian history. She was portrayed as unusual, and her rule was often downplayed or ignored. But new research has changed this view completely. Today, Egyptologists recognize Hatshepsut not as a strange exception, but as a model of effective and skillful leadership. Her reign is seen as a time of peace, prosperity, and cultural achievement. She ruled for over 2 decades, longer than many other pharaohs, and her accomplishments were impressive. Hatshepsut was a master of political symbolism. She presented herself as pharaoh in the traditional male form, wearing the royal beard and crown. But she also maintained her identity as a woman in subtle ways. This balance helped her gain acceptance in a society with rigid gender roles. Her reign showed that leadership was about ability and wisdom, not just gender. Her building projects stand as lasting monuments to her vision. The famous temple at Deir el-Bahri is considered one of the greatest architectural achievements of ancient Egypt. It blends natural beauty with religious purpose, showing her devotion to the gods and her people. This temple remains a powerful symbol of her legacy. Modern Egyptologists also study her trade expeditions to distant lands like Punt. These missions brought back valuable goods such as incense, gold, and exotic animals. They boosted Egypt's economy and prestige. Hatshepsut's careful diplomacy and economic planning strengthened Egypt's position in the region. This new understanding of Hatshepsut helps us see ancient Egypt as a society capable of flexibility and innovation. It challenges old ideas that leadership must be male or that women rulers were rare accidents. Instead, it highlights how power could be adapted to fit circumstances and personalities. Together, DNA research and fresh interpretations of rulers like Hatshepsut show how modern Egyptology has moved beyond surface facts. It reveals the human side of ancient Egypt, the health, family ties, personal struggles, and leadership challenges. We see pharaohs as real people, not just distant figures carved in stone. This transformation also affects how we understand Egyptian culture and religion. It helps explain why certain traditions lasted or changed. It sheds light on the connections between rulers and the divine. These discoveries enrich our knowledge of how Egyptians lived, ruled, and believed. Moreover, modern methods have made Egyptology more scientific and interdisciplinary. Archaeologists, geneticists, historians, and art experts work together. This teamwork allows a fuller picture of ancient Egypt to emerge. Each new discovery adds layers of meaning and context. DNA analysis and new readings of inscriptions help correct errors made by earlier scholars. Sometimes these mistakes were caused by limited evidence or cultural misunderstandings. Today, we approach ancient Egypt with more respect for its complexity and nuance. The story of Egypt's past is no longer just about great monuments or dramatic events. It is also about everyday life, family relationships, and the personal choices of leaders. Modern Egyptology invites us to appreciate this richness. In the end, these advances show that history is alive and changing. As new tools and ideas develop, our understanding grows deeper. The pharaohs speak to us across thousands of years with fresh voices. They tell us stories of power, struggle, wisdom, and humanity. Through modern Egyptology, ancient Egypt becomes not just a distant mystery, but a vivid and meaningful chapter in human history. It inspires us to keep learning and to see the past with open eyes and hearts. This transformation helps us connect with a civilization that still fascinates and teaches us today. The legacy of Egypt's pharaohs is no longer frozen in stone or myths. It is a living story, reshaped by science and scholarship. This story invites us to explore not only the power of kings and queens, but also the enduring spirit of a remarkable culture. The story of the Rosetta Stone is one of the most important moments in our journey to understand ancient Egypt. For centuries, the secrets of Egypt's language and writings were lost. Hieroglyphs, the picture writing of the pharaohs, were mysterious and indecipherable. People could see the beautiful carvings on temples and tombs, but they could not read the words. The meaning was hidden, locked away by time and silence. The Rosetta Stone changed everything. It was discovered by French soldiers in 1799 during Napoleon's campaign in Egypt. The stone was not large or dazzling like a pyramid. It was a broken slab of black granite, covered with writing in 3 different scripts. At the top, there were hieroglyphs. In the middle, a type of writing called demotic, which was used for everyday purposes. At the bottom, Greek, a language scholars could read. This stone was the key to unlock the ancient language. Scholars knew the stone was important because the same text was written in 3 scripts. If one script was understood, the others might be too. But the mystery of hieroglyphs was still deep. For many years, experts tried to decipher the symbols. Some thought hieroglyphs were just pictures that represented ideas. Others guessed they were like secret codes. Progress was slow and frustrating. Then came Jean-François Champollion, a brilliant French scholar. He had studied many ancient languages and was determined to solve the puzzle of hieroglyphs. Champollion was especially skilled in Coptic, a later form of the Egyptian language written with Greek letters. This knowledge helped him realize that hieroglyphs were not just pictures, but could also represent sounds, like letters in our alphabet. In 1822, after years of study, Champollion made a breakthrough. He announced that he had deciphered the hieroglyphs. This meant that the language of ancient Egypt could be read again. Scholars could now understand the texts carved on temples, tombs, statues, and papyri. The Rosetta Stone was the Rosetta Key that opened the door to the past. The impact of this discovery was enormous. For the first time in nearly 2,000 years, people could read the voices of ancient Egyptians themselves. The silence of the pharaohs was broken. We could hear their prayers, laws, stories, and histories. The dry symbols became living words. This breakthrough transformed Egyptology from a field of guesswork and myth to a true science of understanding. Before the decipherment, much of what was said about Egypt was based on Greek and Roman writers or religious legends. These sources often mixed fact with fantasy. People imagined pharaohs as magical figures or evil tyrants without knowing the real history. With hieroglyphs readable, historians could access primary sources. They could learn about how the Egyptians saw their world. They could read official records, personal letters, religious texts, and even poems. This allowed a fuller picture of Egyptian life to emerge. The Egyptians were no longer just distant symbols or objects. They became people with hopes, fears, beliefs, and daily struggles. One of the most important insights from these texts was the Egyptians' deep concern with order and balance, known as ma'at. Pharaohs were not simply rulers, they were guardians of cosmic harmony. They were responsible for maintaining peace between gods and humans, nature and society. This idea shaped every aspect of their leadership and religion. Reading the hieroglyphs also revealed the complexity of Egyptian religion. It was a rich system of gods, myths, and rituals. The gods were not distant or unknowable, but had personal stories and relationships with humans. People sought the favor of gods through prayers and offerings. They believed in an afterlife where the soul would be judged and rewarded. The human stories in these texts brought the ancient civilization to life. We meet scribes who worked tirelessly to record events. We hear from priests who guided spiritual practices. We find letters from families sharing grief and joy. These voices remind us that ancient Egypt was a living society full of real people, not just royal legends. A famous example is the story of the scribe Ani, whose Book of the Dead has been preserved in a papyrus scroll. In his text, Ani describes his hopes for a just judgment after death. He asks for protection from dangers in the afterlife and guidance from the gods. This personal expression shows the universal human concern with life and death. Thanks to hieroglyphs, Ani's words reach us across millennia. The decipherment also changed how we view pharaohs. They were not just grand figures of stone. Their inscriptions show their fears, ambitions, and the heavy burdens they carried. Some pharaohs wrote about their battles, their construction projects, and their devotion to the gods. Others admitted failures or sought forgiveness. These writings give a more balanced view of leadership, mixing strength with vulnerability. The Rosetta Stone and Champollion's work marked the beginning of a new era. It sparked a wave of Egyptological research. Archaeologists and historians traveled to Egypt to find and study inscriptions. They uncovered tombs, temples, and cities rich with writing. Every new discovery added pieces to the puzzle, but the Rosetta Stone was more than a key to language. It was a bridge between the ancient and the modern. It connected us with a culture that had influenced so much of the world. The stories written in hieroglyphs shaped art, architecture, religion, and even politics for centuries after. Today, thanks to these insights, we see ancient Egypt not as a land of mystery and myth, but as a place of great human achievement and complexity. We understand the pharaohs as leaders who balanced divine responsibility with earthly concerns. We see the people as creators, thinkers, and believers. The ancient texts remind us of the timeless human experience. The power of the Rosetta Stone lies in its role as a voice from the past. It allows us to look beyond grand monuments to the daily lives and thoughts of individuals. It reveals a civilization full of stories about family, faith, struggle, and hope. Without the Rosetta Stone and the work of Champollion, these stories would remain silent. We would miss the richness of a culture that has fascinated the world for thousands of years. Instead, thanks to their discovery, we continue to learn, to wonder, and to connect with the pharaohs and people of ancient Egypt in a deeply human way. The journey from mystery to understanding through the Rosetta Stone is a powerful reminder. It teaches us that history is not just about facts. It is about voices, stories, and connections that transcend time. It invites us to see the past with fresh eyes, not as strangers, but as fellow humans sharing a common heritage. In this way, the Rosetta Stone changed not only how we read hieroglyphs, but how we understand ourselves. It opened a window into a world where gods and kings lived alongside ordinary people, all part of a story still unfolding through the words they left behind. The story of the pharaohs is one of power, responsibility, and deep human struggle. They were more than rulers, they were seen as gods on earth. Their lives teach us many lessons about leadership and the limits of human strength. These lessons still resonate today. They help us understand what it means to hold power and face great challenges. Pharaohs lived in a world very different from ours. Their authority was absolute. They ruled with the belief that they were chosen by the gods. This belief made their power sacred. They carried the weight of maintaining order in the universe. This was called ma'at. It meant balance, justice, and harmony. The pharaoh was responsible not only for his kingdom, but for the very cosmos. This idea of sacred duty shaped every part of the pharaoh's life. It gave him great authority, but also placed heavy burdens on his shoulders. Pharaohs had to be warriors, judges, priests, and caretakers. They fought wars to protect and expand Egypt. They led religious ceremonies to honor the gods. They built magnificent temples and monuments. They governed the people and made laws. Yet beneath this divine image, pharaohs were human. They faced limits and struggles like anyone else. Many dealt with health problems, family conflicts, and political dangers. Some succeeded brilliantly, while others failed or were forgotten. Their stories remind us that leadership is complex and fragile. One key lesson from the pharaohs is the importance of balance. Power must be balanced with responsibility. The pharaoh's strength was tied to his ability to maintain order and justice. When this balance broke, chaos and decline followed. For example, Akhenaten's religious reforms upset the established order and caused instability. This shows that leadership requires respect for tradition and the needs of the people. Another lesson is resilience. Pharaohs faced constant threats from within and outside Egypt. They dealt with rebellions, palace intrigues, and foreign invasions, yet many found ways to survive and rebuild. Ramses II, for instance, combined military skill with diplomacy to secure Egypt's borders and leave a lasting legacy. This resilience is a reminder that leaders must be adaptable and persistent. Legacy building is also central to pharaonic leadership. Pharaohs thought deeply about how they would be remembered. They built pyramids, temples, and statues to last forever. Their names and deeds were carved in stone, but their true legacy was the order and prosperity they left behind. Success was measured not just by power, but by the stability and well-being of the kingdom. These lessons lead us to a broader idea: pharaonic leadership as a model. It is a framework built on three pillars. First, sacred duty. The leader's power is not just personal, it is a gift from the divine and must be used to serve a higher purpose. Second, centralized power. The pharaoh held absolute authority to make decisions and enforce laws. This helped create unity and stability. Third, public service. The leader's role was to care for the people, maintain justice, and ensure harmony. This model shows leadership as a sacred trust, not just control. It teaches us that power comes with limits and responsibilities. It also reminds us that leadership is about service to others, not self-interest. Modern leaders can learn much from this. Today, power is rarely absolute, but the challenges of leadership remain. Leaders face pressures to deliver results while respecting rights and traditions. They must balance competing demands and build legacies that endure. The pharaoh's example teaches the value of vision, resilience, and ethical responsibility. Pharaonic leadership also invites us to reflect on human limits. No matter how great, leaders are vulnerable. They can make mistakes, face betrayal, or fall ill. Recognizing this human side is important. It encourages humility and compassion in leadership. It also shows the need for systems that support leaders and share power wisely. In the end, the pharaohs' stories are timeless. They speak to the deep human quest for meaning, order, and justice. Their lives remind us that leadership is a profound responsibility. It requires wisdom, courage, and care. It demands a vision that goes beyond the self. As we study the pharaohs, we see not just distant kings, but reflections of our own struggles with power and purpose. Their lessons help us imagine better ways to lead and serve. They inspire us to balance strength with humility, to build resilience in the face of hardship, and to create legacies that honor the future. Through the lens of ancient Egypt, we learn that true leadership is sacred work. It is a path that calls for dedication, wisdom, and a heart devoted to the greater good. This is the enduring gift of the pharaohs to humanity, a lesson in power, responsibility, and the human spirit. The story of the pharaohs is a long and rich one. It stretches back thousands of years. Their lives hold many lessons about leadership. These lessons can still help leaders today. They offer wisdom about power, duty, and how to care for a people. Pharaohs ruled in a very different world. Their power was tied to the gods. They were expected to keep balance in the universe. This balance was called Ma'at. It was about truth, justice, and order. When pharaohs upheld Ma'at, the land thrived. When they failed, chaos followed. Though ancient, these ideas still matter. Leaders today face many challenges. They must manage power and responsibility. They must serve their people and build trust. The lessons of the pharaohs offer practical ways to think about these tasks. One important lesson is the need for balance. Pharaohs balanced many roles. They were rulers, priests, generals, and caretakers. Their power was absolute, yet they were servants of the divine order. This balance between authority and service kept Egypt strong. Modern leaders also must find balance. They hold power but serve citizens. They must listen and act fairly. They face pressures from inside and outside their countries. Learning from pharaohs, leaders can see that true power needs responsibility. It must be guided by values and the common good. Another lesson is about rituals and symbols. Pharaohs used rituals to show their connection to the gods. These public ceremonies reinforced their authority. Temples and statues told stories of their rule and power. Rituals created unity and a sense of shared purpose. Today, leaders can use rituals in different ways. National holidays, ceremonies, and traditions build identity. They bring people together. These moments remind citizens of shared history and values. Like the pharaohs, leaders can use symbols to inspire pride and belonging. Pharaohs also focused on legacy. They built lasting monuments. Their names were meant to be remembered forever. But beyond that, their legacy was the peace and prosperity they left behind. They knew leadership was about more than their own time. Modern leaders can take this lesson to heart. They should think about the future. Leadership is not just about winning elections or gaining fame. It is about building strong communities and lasting progress. Planning for the long term helps a nation thrive. Pharaohs showed resilience too. They faced wars, rebellions, and crises, yet they adapted and often overcame these problems. Their stories remind us that leadership is not easy. It requires courage and persistence. Leaders today face global challenges, climate change, economic shifts, social unrest. The example of pharaohs teaches the importance of staying steady. Resilience means learning from setbacks and pushing forward. The way pharaohs combined military, religious, and political roles is also instructive. Their leadership was holistic. They knew that winning battles was not enough. They had to unify their people and connect with their beliefs. In modern governance, this means leaders must be aware of many aspects. They need to ensure security but also promote culture and values. They must balance hard decisions with empathy and vision. Educators and thinkers can help bring these lessons to life. Teaching about pharaohs is more than history. It is about understanding leadership in all its depth. Showing students how ancient ideas still matter helps connect past and present. Teaching should highlight the complex role of pharaohs. They were human, not perfect gods. They made mistakes and faced hard choices. This teaches humility and the value of learning from history. Leaders in all fields can reflect on the sacred duty of pharaohs. Leadership is not a privilege for personal gain. It is a responsibility to serve others. This idea encourages ethical leadership and public service. National identity is another key area. Pharaohs used shared stories and symbols to unite Egypt. Today, leaders can foster identity through culture, language, and history. This builds trust and solidarity in diverse societies. However, the lessons of pharaohs also warn against abuse of power. Absolute rule can lead to tyranny. The best pharaohs were those who listened and cared for their people. This teaches modern leaders about the importance of checks and balances. Technology and global changes challenge leaders today. But ancient lessons remain relevant. Respect for traditions combined with openness to change creates strong leadership. In summary, pharaohs teach us about balance, ritual, resilience, legacy, and service. These timeless lessons guide modern governance and leadership. They remind us that true power is sacred and must be used for the common good. As we look to the future, the example of pharaohs invites us to lead with wisdom, courage, and care. They show us that leadership is a path of duty and vision. Their story inspires leaders to build a better world, rooted in respect for the past and hope for tomorrow. The story of the pharaohs is one that belongs to all of us. Their legacy stretches across time. It carries lessons, mysteries, and wonders. This history is alive because of many people and groups today. Modern Egyptologists, museums, and educators play a vital role in keeping the stories of pharaohs alive and meaningful. Egyptology is a specialized field. It began in the early 19th century when scholars first began to study the ancient monuments and writings of Egypt. These experts have dedicated their lives to uncovering the past. They use science, art, language, and history to understand the ancient world. Their work is never finished because Egypt's past is vast and complex. Egyptologists study everything from grand temples to small pottery shards. They translate hieroglyphs, the ancient writing system, unlocking voices from thousands of years ago. These experts piece together stories of kings, queens, builders, and everyday people. They reveal how the pharaohs lived, ruled, and influenced the world. Museums are places where this knowledge comes alive for everyone. They hold artifacts carefully preserved over centuries. Each piece tells a story. A simple tool or a finely carved statue becomes a bridge between ancient times and today. Museums create spaces where people can connect with history directly. Visitors to museums feel the weight of history. Standing before a statue of a pharaoh or seeing a golden mask from a tomb brings the past close. Museums also offer explanations. They help people understand the meaning behind the objects. Through exhibitions, videos, and guided tours, they make history accessible. Educators both inside and outside classrooms also carry this important task. They introduce students to the world of pharaohs in ways that inspire curiosity. They connect ancient history to modern life. They show how leadership, culture, and human stories from the past matter today. Teachers use stories, images, and hands-on activities to engage learners of all ages. In recent years, technology has opened new doors. Digital archaeology allows people from around the world to explore Egypt's history from home. Virtual tours of temples and tombs let users walk through spaces once limited to experts. Digital tools help scholars share discoveries widely. This accessibility makes history more democratic. It invites people everywhere to connect with the pharaoh's world. Visiting Egypt itself remains a powerful way to connect to this history. Standing on the banks of the Nile, walking through the Valley of the Kings, or seeing the pyramids offers a direct link to the past. Travel inspires awe and respect for the achievements of the pharaohs. It reminds us that history is not just in books but in real places shaped by human hands. Preservation is a crucial part of keeping these stories alive. Ancient artifacts are fragile. Time, weather, and human activity can damage them. Egyptologists and conservators work hard to protect these treasures. Their efforts ensure that future generations will also have the chance to learn from the past. Preservation involves careful cleaning, repairing, and climate control. It requires patience and respect for the original materials. Many times modern science helps. Techniques like X-rays, infrared imaging, and chemical analysis reveal hidden details without harm. However, preservation raises important ethical questions. Many artifacts were taken from Egypt during times of colonialism and war. Some pieces in foreign museums were removed without consent. This history creates tension today. There is a growing movement to return artifacts to their countries of origin. This is called repatriation. Repatriation is about respect. It recognizes the right of communities to their cultural heritage. It also helps rebuild connections that were broken in the past. Museums and governments engage in careful discussions to find fair solutions. This process shows how history is also about justice. Ethical handling means more than just repatriation. It means caring for artifacts with honesty and transparency. It means involving local communities in decisions about their heritage. Egyptologists work with Egyptian scholars and officials to ensure that preservation respects culture and tradition. Individual people can play a role too. Every visitor, reader, or learner carries a part of the story forward. Reading books and watching documentaries deepen understanding. Joining educational programs or lectures connects people to experts. Supporting museums and conservation efforts helps protect heritage. For many, connecting to the pharaohs is a journey of discovery. It starts with curiosity but grows into respect and wonder. It teaches that history is shared. It belongs to all humanity. The stories of the pharaohs remind us of the power of human creativity and the fragility of our achievements. By learning about the pharaohs, we also learn about ourselves. Their successes and struggles reflect the human experience. Their legacies challenge us to think about leadership, culture, and identity. Their art and monuments inspire creativity and pride. Modern Egyptologists, museums, and educators are the guardians of these stories. They pass knowledge from the past to the present. They invite everyone to join in understanding and preserving this rich history. Their work shows that history is not just about what happened long ago. It is about how those stories live in our hearts and minds today. Through their efforts, the pharaohs continue to speak to us. Their voices echo across millennia, reminding us that we are part of a larger human story. They teach us to honor the past while building a better future. In this way, the role of individuals, communities, and organizations is deeply connected. Together, they ensure that the light of Egypt's ancient civilization continues to shine brightly. They help us remember that history is alive and that we all have a part in its telling. The story of the pharaohs is one that has traveled through time and still echoes today. Their legacies stretch far beyond the deserts of ancient Egypt. They live on in the stones of great monuments, in the ideas of leadership, in the rituals of religion, and even in the world of popular culture. To understand this long-lasting impact, we must look closely at how the pharaohs shaped not only their own world, but also the world that followed. Pharaohs were builders. Their desire to be remembered forever led them to create some of the most impressive architectural wonders in human history. The pyramids, standing tall and proud near the Nile, continue to awe people today. These giant tombs were meant to secure the pharaoh's journey into the afterlife. They showed the power and wealth of the king and the skill of Egyptian craftsmen. The Great Pyramid of Giza remains one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Its precise construction still puzzles architects and engineers, but the architectural legacy of the pharaohs is not only about tombs. Temples like Karnak and Luxor served as centers of worship and politics. Their walls are covered in hieroglyphs and carvings that tell stories of gods and kings. These temples were not just buildings, they were symbols of divine power on earth. Their influence can be seen in later architectural styles in the Mediterranean and beyond. The use of columns, grand entrances, and detailed carvings finds echoes in many civilizations that came after. In politics, the pharaohs introduced ideas about leadership that still matter. They were seen not just as rulers, but as gods on earth. This idea of divine kingship shaped how societies understood power. It placed great responsibility on the leader to maintain order and harmony. The pharaoh was the guardian of Ma'at, the divine order. This concept reminds us that leadership involves balance and justice, not just force. Modern governments do not claim divine status, but the echoes of Pharaoh's rule are visible. The idea that leaders must serve a higher purpose, that they must embody the nation's values, finds roots in the ancient Egyptian model. Many cultures have adopted elements of this, even without knowing the direct connection. The pharaoh's role as both a political and religious leader highlights the deep connection between governance and belief systems. Religion itself was shaped by pharaohs and their times. They promoted worship of gods like Ra, Osiris, and Isis, weaving their own stories into the spiritual fabric of Egypt. Their tombs, temples, and rituals created a complex belief system about life, death, and the afterlife. These beliefs influenced not only Egypt, but also the wider ancient world. Greek and Roman religions absorbed Egyptian ideas. Later, Christianity and Islam interacted with these traditions as they spread through Egypt. Today, religion in Egypt remains influenced by this deep past. The Coptic Christian community traces its roots to ancient Egypt. Islamic architecture often echoes the grandeur of ancient temples. The Nile River, central to Pharaoh's power, remains sacred to many. Ancient Egyptian symbols still appear in art, jewelry, and ceremonies. Popular culture has embraced the pharaoh's image like no other ancient civilization. From the early 20th century, when the tomb of Tutankhamun was discovered, a wave of Egyptomania swept across the world. Movies, books, video games, and music have all drawn on the mystique of the pharaohs. Hollywood films depict pharaohs as mysterious, powerful, sometimes cruel rulers. Novels and documentaries explore their lives and deaths. This fascination reveals our ongoing desire to connect with the past. While popular culture often simplifies or distorts the pharaohs, it also keeps their stories alive for new generations. The image of Cleopatra, the great queen, has inspired countless adaptations. The mystery of Tutankhamun's tomb invites questions about history and science. Pharaohs continue to be symbols of timeless power, beauty, and mystery. Modern Egypt itself continues to wrestle with its ancient past. The country is home to the greatest concentration of ancient monuments on Earth. Tourism based on these treasures is a major part of the economy, but preserving this heritage is a challenge. Urban growth, pollution, and climate change threaten ancient sites. Egypt must balance modern needs with protecting its history. There is also a cultural challenge. How should Egypt's people relate to a past filled with pharaohs who ruled as divine kings? For some, the ancient past is a source of pride and identity. It connects them to a great civilization. For others, it feels distant or even irrelevant. The struggle to make the past meaningful in today's Egypt is ongoing. Education plays a role here. Schools teach about pharaohs and their achievements, but also about the modern nation's diverse history. Museums work to present a balanced view of ancient Egypt, not just the royal stories, but the lives of common people too. This helps build a deeper connection to the past. When a society builds around the idea of immortality and divine rule, many things follow. Pharaohs aimed to live forever in memory and spirit. Their monuments were part of this quest. This created a culture where death was not an end but a transformation. The afterlife was a new stage of existence. This focus on immortality shaped everything. Art was created to last forever. Laws were designed to maintain order across generations. Religion promised eternal life for those who followed Ma'at. These ideas created stability but also pressure. Leaders had to appear perfect and unchanging. This ideal was difficult to maintain. Pharaohs who failed or were weak risked losing their place in history. The stories of rebellion, assassination and loss show the human side of this divine image. This tension between human limits and divine expectations is still relevant today. Leaders often face pressures to seem flawless. Societies still build myths around their heroes. The pharaoh's example teaches us to balance ambition with humility, to recognize that power comes with great responsibility. The desire for legacy is natural. Pharaohs remind us that building something lasting requires effort and care. Their monuments stand because of skilled labor, organization and vision. But they also remind us that legacy is not just about stone and gold. It is about ideas, culture and values passed on. The long-term impact of Pharaoh's legacies is a testament to their vision and humanity. Their stories inspire us to think deeply about power, responsibility and memory. They invite us to see history as a living dialogue between past and present. In this way, the ancient world of the pharaohs continues to shape our world. Through architecture, politics, religion and culture, their voices remain alive. Their monuments stand not just as relics, but as lessons for all time. Modern Egypt, with all its challenges and hopes, carries this heritage forward. The story of the pharaohs is far from over. It is a story we all share, a light that guides us through the ages. The story of the pharaohs is unlike any other. They were not just kings or rulers, they were symbols of great human ambition, shining hopes, deep failures, and steadfast faith. To understand a pharaoh is to look into the heart of what it means to lead, to dream, to struggle, and to leave a mark on the world. Their lives show us the complex dance between power and responsibility. They remind us of the delicate balance leaders must hold between serving their people and preserving their own legacy. Pharaohs ruled with an idea far bigger than themselves. They believed they were chosen by the gods to guide their people. This was both a heavy burden and a grand honor. They were expected to maintain order in the world, to protect the land from enemies, and to provide for the people. Their leadership was about more than politics. It was a sacred duty, a calling that connected the heavens and the earth. This idea shaped everything they did. From the grand pyramids built to last forever to the rituals performed in temples, their rule was a performance of divine power. But pharaohs were also human. They faced fears, made mistakes, and sometimes failed. The stories of their reigns show us that no matter how powerful someone might seem, they are still bound by human limits. Some pharaohs thrived, building empires and lasting monuments. Others struggled, caught in palace conspiracies or undone by their own reforms. This tension between human vulnerability and divine expectation is what makes their story so rich and relatable. The key lessons from the pharaohs center on balance. They teach us that power must be tempered with wisdom, that leadership is not only about strength, but also about serving the greater good. Pharaohs built their legacies not just with stones, but with ideas about justice, order, and care for their people. Their lives remind us that true leadership involves resilience in the face of challenges, humility in moments of pride, and a commitment to something larger than oneself. Their legacy is not frozen in the past. It continues to live in how we think about power and responsibility today. Modern leaders, educators, and citizens can learn much from the ancient Egyptian model of pharaonic leadership. This model combines sacred duty with centralized authority and public service. It asks leaders to be both strong and just, visible but compassionate. It reminds us that leadership is about building a lasting community, not just personal gain. Exploring the lives of pharaohs invites us to look beyond myths and legends. It encourages us to see history as a mirror reflecting our own world. The hopes, fears, and challenges faced by these ancient rulers are still present in today's societies. When we study their stories, we learn about the timeless human struggle to balance ambition with responsibility. We discover how the past shapes the present and guides the future. This connection between past and present calls us to action. We must keep the stories of the pharaohs alive. We should learn more about their world with curiosity and respect. We should question the easy answers and seek deeper truths. Ancient history is not a distant tale locked away in dusty books. It is a living conversation that helps us understand ourselves better. Visiting museums, reading new research, or exploring digital archaeology can bring us closer to the pharaohs' world. Supporting preservation efforts protects their monuments and stories for future generations. Engaging with this history opens doors to wisdom about leadership, culture, and human nature. The pharaohs offer us more than history. They offer lessons in how to live, lead, and leave a meaningful legacy. By studying their lives, we learn about the power of faith, the cost of ambition, and the importance of balance. Their story is a guide for anyone who holds responsibility, whether in a nation, a community, or a family. So let us carry their story forward. Let us honor the pharaohs, not just as kings of a lost empire, but as teachers of timeless truths. Let us explore their world with open minds and hearts. Let us question, learn, and share. By doing this, we keep the flame of history burning bright. We connect the past to the present, and we prepare ourselves for the future. The pharaoh was more than a king. He was a symbol of human ambition, failure, and faith. His story is our story. Let us keep it alive, let us learn from it, let us be inspired by it. The past is a mirror, and in it we find the path forward, and the human side of the pharaoh. The idea of Pharaoh as a god was not just a title. It was a living reality for Egyptians. They believed the pharaoh was the link between heaven and earth. The pharaoh embodied divine will. He or she maintained Ma'at, the sacred order that kept the universe in balance. If Ma'at was disturbed, chaos would spread. The pharaoh had to prevent this at all costs. This role gave Pharaoh great power, but it also brought great risk. Pharaohs were expected to be perfect. They had to be wise, strong, just, and pious. They had to lead armies, manage resources, perform religious rituals, and govern a complex society. There was no room for weakness or failure. The pressure to be flawless was immense. Pharaohs faced threats from outside the kingdom and from within their own courts. They had to deal with enemies who wanted to invade. They had to manage nobles and priests who sometimes wanted more power. They had to keep the people loyal. All this while maintaining the image of a god who controlled the fate of the land. The external threats were constant. Egypt was surrounded by powerful neighbors. There were rival kingdoms in Nubia, Libya, and the Near East. Pharaohs had to protect Egypt's borders and trade routes. War was often necessary. Success in battle proved the pharaoh's divine favor. Failure could mean loss of land, wealth, and reputation. For example, Pharaoh Thutmose III is famous for his military campaigns. He expanded Egypt's empire to its greatest extent. He was a skilled general and leader. His victories showed his power as both a ruler and a god. But war always carried risks. Even great pharaohs faced defeats and dangers on the battlefield. Managing the kingdom was another challenge. Egypt was rich and complex. It had many regions, languages, and cultures. Pharaohs had to keep peace and order. They appointed officials to oversee taxes, construction, and justice. They had to maintain the irrigation system that kept the land fertile. If the Nile did not flood properly, famine could strike. Famine was a serious test of a pharaoh's rule. People believed that if the pharaoh failed to ensure good harvests, it was because he lost the god's favor. This could lead to unrest and rebellion. Pharaohs had to act quickly and wisely to manage resources and care for their people. Inside the palace, the situation was often tense. Pharaohs lived surrounded by family and courtiers. Not all were loyal. Some plotted for power. Royal succession was complicated. Sometimes brothers, sons, or wives fought for the throne. Betrayal was a real threat. Pharaoh Akhenaten faced such challenges. He changed Egypt's religion to worship one god, Aten. This upset many priests and officials. His reforms weakened the traditional power structures. After his death, his successor restored the old gods. Akhenaten's reign shows how difficult it was to maintain power when upsetting the balance. The spiritual role of Pharaoh added to the burden. They performed rituals to honor the gods and secure divine protection. These ceremonies were complex and required knowledge and discipline. Pharaohs had to be seen as pious and close to the gods. This helped maintain their authority, but pharaohs were human. They felt fear, doubt, and pain. They faced illness and death like anyone else. Their divine status did not protect them from human weaknesses. This created a tension between the ideal and the real. Some pharaohs were great leaders who met the challenge well. They managed to combine their divine role with effective governance. Their names have lasted for thousands of years because of their successes. Ramses II, for example, ruled for over 60 years. He built many monuments and secured Egypt's borders. His reign brought stability and prosperity. Other pharaohs struggled or failed. Some were weak or cruel. Others made poor decisions or faced disasters they could not control. Their reigns were short or marked by chaos. When pharaohs failed to uphold Ma'at, Egypt could suffer famine, invasion, or rebellion. One example is Pharaoh Pepi II. He ruled for a very long time, but his later years saw the decline of the Old Kingdom. Central authority weakened. Provinces gained more power. Egypt entered a period of disorder known as the First Intermediate Period. This shows how fragile Pharaoh's power could be. The desire to be remembered also influenced pharaohs. They built grand tombs and temples to secure their legacy. The pyramids are the most famous example. These structures were meant to show their divine status and ensure their place in the afterlife. But building them took great resources and labor. It required careful planning and strong leadership. Legacy was a double-edged sword. While it could strengthen a pharaoh's rule, it could also create problems. Ambition and pride sometimes led to costly wars or projects that strained the kingdom. The need to be remembered added another layer of pressure. Despite these challenges, pharaohs ruled Egypt for over 3,000 years. They developed a system that balanced religion, politics, and society. They adapted to changing circumstances. They learned from success and failure. This ability to survive under the weight of godhood and governance is a testament to their strength and skill. The central challenge of the pharaoh's life was to balance these demands, to be both a god and a human, to lead a kingdom and maintain cosmic order, to face enemies and keep peace, to inspire loyalty and control rebellion, to build for eternity while managing the present. This challenge shaped every aspect of ancient Egyptian civilization. It influenced art, architecture, religion, and government. It shaped the daily lives of millions of people. Pharaohs were not just rulers, they were symbols of hope, order, and divine power. To understand pharaohs is to understand this balance, to see their achievements and failures in light of their unique role, to appreciate the human courage behind the divine mask. Their story is one of survival against overwhelming odds, of triumph and tragedy, of the eternal human struggle to hold power and meaning in a complex world. This is the heart of the life of Pharaoh. The story of how they managed to survive and sometimes fail under the crushing weight of godhood and governance. The Pharaoh of ancient Egypt was more than just a ruler. He carried a dual role that defined his entire existence. He was both the supreme military general and the highest religious leader. These two roles were deeply connected and shaped the life of the Pharaoh. They influenced how he ruled, how he was seen by his people, and how he shaped the destiny of Egypt. Being a military general was an essential part of the pharaoh's duties. Ancient Egypt was a land of rich resources and fertile soil, but it was also surrounded by potential threats. Neighboring kingdoms and nomadic tribes sometimes sought to invade or raid Egyptian lands. To protect his people, the pharaoh had to be a strong and skilled military leader. This meant the pharaoh was expected to lead armies into battle. He was the commander who planned strategies and inspired his soldiers. The pharaoh's success on the battlefield proved his strength and right to rule. It was a visible sign of his divine favor and power. Victory in war showed that the gods supported him and that Ma'at, the cosmic order, was maintained. Historical records show many pharaohs as fierce warriors. Ramses II is a famous example. He fought great battles to defend Egypt's borders, especially against the Hittites. The Battle of Kadesh, fought around 1274 BCE, is one of the best documented ancient battles. Ramses led his troops personally and portrayed himself as a heroic figure who triumphed with the help of the gods. His military achievements strengthened his rule and secured Egypt's power in the region. But war was not just about fighting, it was also about diplomacy and leadership. The pharaoh had to negotiate peace treaties and alliances. He managed resources and manpower to support the army. This role required intelligence, courage, and decisiveness. The pharaoh's ability to protect Egypt was critical for maintaining stability and prosperity. At the same time, the pharaoh held the highest religious position in Egypt. He was the chief priest and mediator between the gods and the people. Ancient Egyptians believed the pharaoh was chosen by the gods and had a special connection to them. This made him responsible for performing important religious ceremonies. These rituals ensured the favor of the gods and the continued harmony of the universe. The pharaoh's religious role was deeply symbolic. He represented Horus, the falcon god, while alive, and Osiris, the god of the afterlife, after death. This duality connected him to the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. It reinforced the idea that the pharaoh was eternal even though his body would perish. Everyday life in Egypt revolved around this religious order. The pharaoh's duty was to uphold Ma'at, which meant truth, justice, and balance. When he performed rituals, he was restoring this divine order. He maintained the Niles, flooding, the fertility of the land, and the success of the harvest. The prosperity of the kingdom depended on his spiritual role as much as on his political and military power. This religious leadership also gave the pharaoh immense influence over society. He appointed priests, built temples, and sponsored festivals. The temples were not only places of worship, but also centers of power and wealth. Priests held significant influence, but the pharaoh was always their supreme authority. The intertwining of military and religious roles made the pharaoh a unique figure in world history. Unlike many rulers who held only political or military power, the pharaoh embodied both the spiritual and temporal worlds. This dual role strengthened his legitimacy and made his rule absolute. However, these roles also came with great pressure. The pharaoh had to be both a fierce warrior and a pious priest. He had to inspire loyalty among his soldiers and devotion among his subjects. Failure in either role could lead to unrest or disaster. Consider Pharaoh Akhenaten. He focused heavily on religious reform, promoting the worship of the Aten, the sun disk. He shifted Egypt's traditional polytheism toward monotheism. While this was a bold religious experiment, it caused instability. Akhenaten's focus on religion seemed to weaken Egypt's military and political strength. After his death, his successors restored the old gods and reasserted traditional leadership. On the other hand, pharaohs like Thutmose III balanced these roles successfully. Known as a warrior king, he led numerous military campaigns expanding Egypt's influence. Yet he also respected religious traditions and sponsored temple building. His reign brought military success and religious stability, showing how the dual roles could complement each other. The military role of pharaoh also had a symbolic religious meaning. When the pharaoh defeated enemies, he was seen as defeating the forces of chaos. War was not just a political necessity, but a cosmic battle to preserve order. This belief motivated soldiers and citizens alike to support their ruler. Religious festivals often celebrated the pharaoh's military victories and divine favor. The Sed festival, held to renew the pharaoh's strength, combined physical endurance with spiritual renewal. This ceremony emphasized the unity of the pharaoh's roles as both leader of men and chosen of the gods. The dual role shaped Egypt's art and architecture. Statues and reliefs often show the pharaoh holding weapons or smiting enemies, symbolizing his military power. At the same time, he's depicted wearing the crown of Upper and Lower Egypt, or performing rituals with gods, showing his religious authority. These images reinforced his identity and inspired respect and awe. The pharaoh's personal life was also influenced by these roles. He trained in martial skills, learned religious texts, and mastered ritual practices. He was educated from childhood to prepare for his future responsibilities. This training was rigorous and lifelong. The balance between the military and religious roles required wisdom. The pharaoh had to know when to wage war and when to seek peace. He had to maintain the gods' favor while managing earthly affairs. This was no easy task. It required strength, faith, and humility. The people of Egypt saw their pharaoh as the guarantor of their well-being. His success meant peace, plenty, and protection. His failure could bring famine, invasion, and suffering. This close connection between ruler and people made the pharaoh's role sacred and deeply personal. The story of ancient Egypt is filled with tales of great leaders who ruled not only by strength but also by wisdom. Among these leaders, the pharaoh stood as the ultimate symbol of power and authority. His role was complex. He was a warrior who led armies into battle. Yet he was also a diplomat who negotiated peace and built alliances. This balance between warfare and diplomacy was vital for Egypt's survival and prosperity. One of the clearest examples of this balance is found in the reign of Thutmose III. He's often called the Napoleon of ancient Egypt. Like Napoleon, Thutmose was a brilliant military strategist and commander, but he also understood the importance of diplomacy and peace. His story helps us see how pharaohs managed to hold power through both the sword and the olive branch. Thutmose III ruled during the New Kingdom around the 15th century BCE. He came to the throne after the death of his stepmother Hatshepsut, who had been the reigning pharaoh for many years. Unlike her peaceful reign, Thutmose III was a warrior king who sought to expand Egypt's influence beyond its borders. His military campaigns were numerous and often difficult. He led armies to the east into the lands of Canaan and Syria. These regions were rich in resources and held strategic importance. Control over them meant wealth and security for Egypt. Thutmose's military skills were impressive. He planned his battles carefully. He used surprise attacks and clever tactics to defeat enemies who often outnumbered his forces. He captured cities and secured trade routes that brought great wealth back to Egypt. His campaigns lasted for decades and made Egypt a dominant power in the ancient Near East. However, Thutmose III did not rely on war alone. He knew that constant fighting could exhaust his people and drain resources. He also understood that ruling over distant lands required more than military might. It needed diplomacy. After winning battles, Thutmose often made peace treaties with the defeated peoples. These treaties were carefully crafted agreements that allowed local rulers to keep some power in exchange for loyalty to Egypt. This approach helped Egypt avoid unnecessary rebellions and maintain control without constant warfare. The pharaoh also used marriage alliances to strengthen his political ties. He married foreign princesses and arranged marriages for his family members. These unions created bonds between Egypt and other kingdoms. They were a way to secure peace and cooperation. Thutmose III's dual approach helped Egypt to thrive. His military victories secured its borders and expanded its influence. His diplomatic efforts created lasting peace and stability in the region. This balance was essential for the prosperity of Egypt during his reign. The use of diplomacy alongside warfare was not unique to Thutmose III. Other pharaohs also understood this need. Ramses II, known as Ramses the Great, is another example. He fought the famous Battle of Kadesh against the Hittites. This battle ended in a stalemate. Instead of continuing war, Ramses negotiated one of the earliest known peace treaties in history. This treaty lasted for many years and secured peace between the two empires. Diplomacy allowed pharaohs to avoid costly wars. It also helped them build alliances that brought trade and cultural exchange. These peaceful relationships enriched Egypt and helped maintain its power. The pharaoh's role as a diplomat required great skill. He had to understand the cultures and politics of neighboring lands. He needed to speak through envoys and negotiators who represented Egypt abroad. These representatives carried gifts and messages, showing respect and goodwill. The pharaoh's court was a center of power where decisions about war and peace were made. Advisors and officials studied intelligence reports and advised the pharaoh on the best course of action. The balance between military strength and diplomatic negotiation was constantly weighed. This balance also influenced how the pharaoh was portrayed. In art and inscriptions, he was shown as a mighty warrior, crushing enemies. But he was also shown as a wise ruler who brought peace and order. This dual image reinforced his role as both protector and peacemaker. The success of this approach depended on the pharaoh's ability to adapt. Sometimes war was necessary to defend Egypt or expand its borders. Other times, peace was the better path. Knowing when to fight and when to negotiate was a mark of a great leader. The people of Egypt expected their pharaoh to be strong. They wanted him to protect the land and maintain Ma'at, the divine order, but they also wanted peace and prosperity. The pharaoh's skill in balancing these demands was crucial. Thutmose III's reign offers many lessons about leadership. His combination of military genius and diplomatic wisdom made Egypt powerful and secure. It shows us that true leadership is not only about strength, it is about understanding the needs of the people and the realities of the world. In modern times, scholars study these ancient strategies to understand how Egypt became one of the most successful civilizations. Thutmose III's campaigns and treaties are documented in temples and records that have survived thousands of years. These sources give us a glimpse into the complex world of ancient diplomacy and warfare. The pharaoh's balance of war and diplomacy was a constant challenge. It required courage to lead armies into battle. It also required patience and intelligence to negotiate peace. This balance shaped the history of Egypt and left a legacy that still fascinates us today. The life of a pharaoh was filled with many duties. Among these, public rituals, temple building, and festivals were some of the most important. These were not just ceremonies or celebrations. They were vital acts that connected the pharaoh to the gods and to the people. They showed the pharaoh's role as both a divine being and a leader. But these duties came with great burdens. They demanded time, energy, and resources. They shaped the daily life of the pharaoh and the kingdom. Understanding this burden helps us see the true weight of ruling ancient Egypt. The ancient Egyptians believed that the world was held together by a delicate balance. This balance was called Ma'at. Ma'at was more than order or truth. It was the divine harmony between the gods, the land, and the people. The pharaoh was the guardian of Ma'at. It was his sacred duty to maintain it. He did this through rituals, temple building, and festivals. Public rituals were ceremonies performed to honor the gods and renew the cosmic order. These rituals took place in temples, which were the homes of the gods on earth. The pharaoh was the chief priest. He was responsible for leading or overseeing these rituals. His presence ensured that the gods were pleased and that Ma'at was preserved. These rituals were complex and highly symbolic. They involved offerings of food, drink, incense, and prayers. The pharaoh would dress in special garments and wear crowns that symbolized his divine authority. Priests and temple staff prepared everything with great care. Every step had a meaning, and any mistake could bring disaster. The burden of these rituals was heavy. They required constant attention. The pharaoh had to be present at key ceremonies. This meant that his schedule was tightly controlled by religious duties. Even during times of war or political crisis, the rituals could not be neglected. The gods' favor was believed to be essential for success and stability. Temple building was another major duty. Temples were grand structures dedicated to gods and goddesses. They were centers of worship, learning, and economic activity. Building and maintaining temples was seen as a way to honor the gods and secure their protection. Pharaohs invested enormous resources in temple construction. They ordered the quarrying of stone, the carving of statues, and the painting of walls with stories of gods and kings. These projects employed thousands of workers, artisans, and priests. They could take many years or even decades to complete. The pharaoh's involvement in temple building was a sign of his piety and power. By erecting magnificent temples, he demonstrated his role as the chosen servant of the gods. These temples were symbols of divine kingship and eternal order. However, temple building was a burden. It required wealth and labor that could strain the kingdom's resources. The pharaoh had to balance these projects with the needs of the people. Failure to maintain temples was seen as a failure to honor the gods and protect Ma'at. Festivals were another essential part of the pharaoh's duties. These were public celebrations that marked religious and seasonal events. Festivals united the people in joy and worship. They reinforced social bonds and the pharaoh's role as their leader. Some festivals lasted for days or weeks. They included music, dance, feasting, and processionals. The pharaoh often played a central role. He might carry sacred statues through the streets or perform rituals to bless the land. One famous example is the Opet festival. This festival celebrated the renewal of the pharaoh's divine power. During Opet, the statues of the gods Amun, Mut, and Khonsu were carried from one temple to another. The pharaoh joined the procession, symbolizing his connection to the gods. Festivals brought happiness, but also exhaustion. The pharaoh had to prepare carefully. These events involved coordinating many people and resources. Any failure could anger the gods or weaken the pharaoh's authority. The burden of these public duties was not just physical, it was also psychological. The pharaoh carried the weight of expectations from gods and people alike. He had to appear perfect, strong, and devoted at all times. Any sign of weakness could be dangerous. Ancient texts reveal the stress that came with this burden. Pharaohs wrote about their need to please the gods and maintain order. Some described feeling isolated by their role. Their life was a constant performance, balancing divine demands with human needs. The pharaoh's burden extended beyond the ceremonies. It affected governance, economics, and society. The resources used for rituals and temples came from the labor of farmers, craftsmen, and workers. This required careful management to avoid unrest. Despite these challenges, public rituals, temple building, and festivals were vital. They were the threads that wove the fabric of ancient Egyptian civilization. They connected the pharaoh to the divine and to his people. They expressed the beliefs and values of the society. In this way, the burden was also a privilege. It gave the pharaoh a unique role in the world. It made him a living link between heaven and earth. His work in rituals and temples was a sacred trust that defined his reign. To understand the pharaoh's burden is to understand the true meaning of power in ancient Egypt. Power was not just about force or wealth. It was about responsibility, devotion, and balance. The pharaoh's greatness lay in his ability to carry this burden and keep the world in harmony. This story of duty and devotion helps us see the pharaoh not just as a ruler, but as a servant of the divine order. It shows us the deep connection between leadership and spirituality in one of history's greatest civilizations. The story of ancient Egypt is carved in stone. For thousands of years, the pharaohs used architecture to show their power and their place in the universe. These structures were more than buildings, they were symbols, messages in stone sent across time. Through pyramids, temples, and grand monuments, pharaohs told the world who they were. They spoke of their strength, their divine role, and their eternal rule. This story is about how pharaohs built their power not just with armies or laws, but with architecture that still stands today. From the earliest days, pharaohs understood the power of building. Their rule was tied to ideas of order, eternity, and divine favor. To be pharaoh was to be a living god on earth. This god needed a home, a place to connect with the gods above and the people below. Architecture became that home, the physical proof of divine kingship. The pyramids are the most famous example. These giant stone structures rise from the desert like mountains made by human hands. The Great Pyramid of Giza, built by Pharaoh Khufu around 2500 BCE, is one of the most incredible achievements in human history. It was the tallest man-made structure for thousands of years. Its precise angles and massive stones still amaze architects and engineers today. But the pyramid was more than a tomb. It was a symbol. It spoke of Pharaoh's power over life and death. The pyramid was a gateway to eternity. It showed that the pharaoh was eternal, rising like the sun god Ra each day. It linked the pharaoh's soul to the heavens. This was important because ancient Egyptians believed the pharaoh's afterlife was connected to the future of the kingdom. Building a pyramid required immense resources. It needed thousands of workers, stone quarried from miles away, and years of planning. The ability to gather and manage this labor was itself a demonstration of power. The pharaoh showed he could command nature and people alike. Every stone laid was a message of control and divine favor. Temples were another powerful architectural form. Unlike pyramids, temples were places for the living to worship. They were homes for gods on earth and centers of religious life. The pharaoh was the chief priest and builder of temples. By building temples, he honored the gods and reinforced his role as their chosen ruler. The Temple of Karnak in Thebes is one of the largest religious complexes ever built. It was built over centuries by many pharaohs, each adding their mark. The grand columns, massive statues, and long processional ways were designed to impress. Visitors entering Karnak would feel small and humble before the gods and the pharaoh. The design of temples was deeply symbolic. The layout often represented the cosmos. The temple walls were covered with carvings showing pharaohs' victories, offerings to gods, and stories of creation. These images told a story of harmony between heaven and earth, with the pharaoh as the link. Pharaohs also built mortuary temples near their pyramids or tombs. These temples were places where priests performed rituals to keep the pharaoh's spirit alive. This was part of the idea of eternal kingship. The architecture made sure the pharaoh's name and deeds would not be forgotten. Another important example is the temple of Hatshepsut. She was one of the few female pharaohs, and her temple at Deir el-Bahri is a masterpiece of design and symbolism. The terraces rise from the desert like a mountain, blending with the natural cliffs. The temple celebrates her divine birth and her reign as pharaoh. Architecture was also a tool for propaganda. Pharaohs used grand projects to show their strength and divine support. The walls of temples and tombs were carved with scenes of battles and victories. These images told stories of Pharaoh as a warrior and protector of Egypt. Thutmose III was a famous warrior pharaoh. He led many military campaigns, expanding Egypt's empire. In his temple, he carved detailed records of his battles. These carvings were meant to remind everyone of his power and success. Architecture made these stories permanent. The size and scale of these buildings sent a clear message. Pharaohs were powerful not just because they ruled, but because the gods supported them. Their buildings were proof of this sacred relationship. The grandeur impressed visitors, subjects, and rivals. The construction of these monuments also had economic and social roles. They created jobs and helped develop skills in art, engineering, and planning. The projects united people in a common purpose, but they also demanded great sacrifices. The labor and materials came from the people, showing the pharaoh's ability to organize society. In some cases, architecture was also a response to challenges. When Egypt faced threats or instability, pharaohs built monuments to reinforce their authority. These structures were like physical statements that order and power remained intact. They helped maintain loyalty and inspire awe. The role of architecture in projecting power was not unique to one pharaoh or period. It evolved over time. Early pyramids were stepped and smaller. Later, smooth-sided pyramids appeared, showing advances in engineering and growing ambitions. Temples grew larger and more elaborate with each dynasty. This long tradition shows how deeply architecture was tied to Pharaoh's identity. It was a way to connect the earthly and divine. It was a form of communication that lasted beyond a single lifetime. The buildings told a story of kingship, religion, and civilization. Even today, these monuments speak to us. They tell us about the hopes, fears, and beliefs of a people who lived thousands of years ago. They remind us of the human desire to reach for the divine, to leave a mark, and to hold power with responsibility. In this way, pharaohs used architecture as a language. It was a language of stone, space, and light. It spoke of their right to rule, their connection to gods, and their promise of order and prosperity. Through pyramids and temples, the pharaoh's power was made visible and lasting. Understanding this helps us see the pharaoh not just as a ruler in history books. It lets us feel the awe his subjects might have felt standing before these great monuments. It shows us how power and faith were intertwined. The pharaoh's world was one where stone could speak and buildings could hold the power of gods. This story of architecture and power is part of what makes ancient Egypt so unforgettable. It is a story of human creativity, ambition, and belief. And it is a story still alive in the silent stones that rise from the desert sands. The life of a pharaoh was full of power, but it was never without danger. Behind the magnificent walls of their palaces and the towering pyramids, threats always waited. These dangers came from within their own kingdom and from faraway lands beyond Egypt's borders. To rule as pharaoh was to walk a delicate path. Every day brought new challenges. The weight of being a god on earth meant not just glory, but constant struggle. This story explores those hidden threats, the palace conspiracies, the rebellions of people, and the invasion of foreign enemies that shaped the fate of pharaohs and their ancient kingdom. Inside the palace, the center of power, dangers were close and personal. The pharaoh was surrounded by servants, advisors, family members, and officials. Yet not all of these people wished well. The palace was a place of secrets and plots. Conspiracies were common because the stakes were so high. To be pharaoh meant to hold control over land, wealth, and the gods' favor. Others wanted that power for themselves. One of the greatest internal threats was from within the royal family. Pharaohs often had many wives and children. This created rivalries. Sons and daughters could compete to become the next ruler. Sometimes they would try to remove their rivals by any means. History tells us about brothers who turned against brothers and sons who plotted against their fathers. These struggles were hidden behind the grandeur, but they were very real. Court officials and high priests were also powerful figures in the palace. Their loyalty was not always guaranteed. Some might try to influence the pharaoh for their own benefit. Others might secretly work against him. Sometimes officials would gather support to overthrow a pharaoh they saw as weak or corrupt. The palace was full of whispers, careful words, and sudden betrayals. Rebellions were another form of internal threat. Egypt was a large kingdom, and not all regions always accepted the pharaoh's rule. Farmers, workers, or local leaders might grow tired of harsh taxes, forced labor, or corruption. These groups sometimes rose up against the government. Rebellions could be small local protests or large uprisings that challenged the pharaoh's control. The pharaoh's response to rebellion was often harsh. Ancient texts show that rulers sent armies to crush revolts and punish rebels. This was necessary to keep order, but also created fear. The people lived with the knowledge that unrest could break out at any moment. Maintaining peace inside the kingdom was as important as fighting enemies outside. Beyond Egypt's borders, threats came from foreign invaders. Egypt's location made it both rich and vulnerable. It was a land of fertile soil and mighty rivers, but it was surrounded by deserts and other kingdoms. Throughout history, many groups saw Egypt as a prize worth fighting for. One of the most famous foreign threats was the Hyksos. Around 1700 BCE, these people from Western Asia crossed into Egypt. They brought new weapons and war techniques. The Hyksos were able to take control of parts of Egypt for over a century. This period was called the Second Intermediate Period. The Hyksos ruled from the north, while native Egyptian pharaohs controlled the south. The Hyksos invasion was a shock to the Egyptians. It challenged their belief in the pharaoh's divine protection. How could gods allow foreigners to rule? This question troubled the people deeply. Eventually, native pharaohs in Thebes led a campaign to drive the Hyksos out. This marked the beginning of the New Kingdom, a time of military strength and empire building. The struggle against the Hyksos shows how foreign threats shaped Egypt's history. Pharaohs learned that military power and new technology were essential to protect the kingdom. They began building stronger armies and alliances. The fear of invasion pushed them to expand their borders and control more lands. Another powerful foreign enemy was the Hittites. They came from Anatolia, in modern-day Turkey. The Hittites were strong warriors and skilled diplomats. During the reign of Pharaoh Ramses II, Egypt faced the Hittites in battle. The Battle of Kadesh, around 1274 BCE, is one of the most famous clashes in ancient history. The Battle of Kadesh was a massive fight between two great empires. Both sides claimed victory. However, the battle ended in a stalemate. After years of fighting, Ramses II and the Hittite king signed a peace treaty. This was the first known international treaty in history. It showed how pharaohs balanced war and diplomacy to deal with threats. The threat of foreign invasion was not just about armies, it was also about culture, religion, and influence. Egypt's pharaohs needed to protect not only their land but also their way of life. The presence of foreigners could bring new ideas, but also dangers to traditions and stability. These external and internal threats forced pharaohs to be more than rulers. They had to be warriors, diplomats, strategists, and sometimes survivors. The crown was a heavy burden. Holding power meant constant vigilance. The divine image of a perfect god-king hid the very human struggles behind the throne. Pharaohs used many tools to protect themselves. They built strong fortresses, trained loyal soldiers, and formed alliances. They also used religion to reinforce their authority. The belief that Pharaoh was chosen by the gods helped keep subjects loyal. Priests supported the king's rule, reminding people that to oppose the pharaoh was to oppose divine order. Despite all these efforts, pharaohs sometimes failed. The threats overwhelmed them, leading to falls and changes in power. Egypt's long history includes many moments when kings lost their crowns or even their lives because of conspiracies, rebellions, or invasions. Yet these challenges also made Egypt stronger. They pushed pharaohs to innovate, to unite their people, and to adapt. The story of Egypt is one of resilience. It is a story of a kingdom that survived centuries of danger because its leaders faced threats with courage and wisdom. In understanding the threats pharaohs faced, we see a fuller picture of their rule. We see not just glory and monuments, but the struggles beneath. The pharaoh was not just a god on earth, but a human caught in the tides of power and danger. This deep tension between divinity and vulnerability shaped every pharaoh's life. It made their reigns complex and often fragile. It reminds us that behind the timeless stones and golden treasures were real people, fighting to hold their place in history. The story of ancient Egypt's pharaohs is often told through grand monuments, powerful battles, and divine rule. But beneath the shining gold and towering pyramids lay very human challenges. Among these were the struggles with health, hereditary problems, and the crucial issue of succession. These matters shaped not only individual lives, but the fate of the kingdom itself. The story of pharaohs was not just about power and glory. It was also about fragile bodies, family struggles, and the passing of the crown from one generation to the next. Understanding these human difficulties gives us a deeper view of what it truly meant to be a pharaoh. Health was a constant concern for pharaohs, as it was for all ancient people. But for the king, health had added significance. The pharaoh was believed to be a living god on earth. His body symbolized the strength and order of the whole kingdom. When the pharaoh was healthy, it was a sign that the gods were pleased and the kingdom was stable. When the pharaoh was weak or ill, fear and uncertainty spread among the people. Archaeological research and modern science have uncovered much about the health of Egyptian rulers. Many pharaohs suffered from a range of ailments. Some had obvious injuries from battle or accidents. Others struggled with chronic diseases that we now recognize. The harsh environment, with its hot sun and frequent infections, took a toll on their bodies. Despite the wealth and power pharaohs enjoyed, their health was often fragile. One of the most famous examples of fragile health is King Tutankhamun. His tomb, discovered in 1922, gave the world a close look at an Egyptian pharaoh's life and death. Modern examinations of his mummy have revealed many health problems. Tutankhamun suffered from a clubfoot, which made walking difficult. He also had signs of malaria, a disease caused by mosquitoes that was common in ancient Egypt. Evidence shows that he had a bone disease that weakened his skeleton. These health issues suggest that Tutankhamun's life was far from easy. Tutankhamun's fragile health helps us understand the challenges pharaohs faced in their bodies. He became king as a child and ruled for only about 10 years before dying young. His short life reminds us that even the divine king could be vulnerable. His health problems may have affected his ability to rule and to lead in war or ceremony. His death created a succession crisis, as he left no clear heir to the throne. Hereditary problems were another major issue for pharaohs. Royal families often married within their own bloodlines. This practice was meant to keep the divine blood pure and to strengthen claims to the throne. Pharaohs married sisters, daughters, and close relatives. While this helped maintain political power, it also increased the risk of inherited diseases. Modern genetic studies have revealed that many pharaohs suffered from genetic disorders. The family of Tutankhamun, for example, shows signs of inbreeding. This may have caused or worsened his health problems. Other pharaohs likely faced similar issues, though their cases are less well studied. The practice of marrying close relatives was not unique to Egypt, but it had special meaning there. The pharaoh was seen as a god on earth, and his family was sacred. Royal incest was a way to preserve that divine lineage. However, the biological risks were real and could affect the health of children. This added another layer of vulnerability to the royal family. Succession, or the passing of the crown, was often a complicated and risky process. The pharaoh was not just a political leader, he was a symbol of order and divine will. Choosing the next ruler was a matter of great importance. A smooth succession ensured stability, while disputes could lead to chaos. Succession problems happened for many reasons. Sometimes the pharaoh died without a clear heir. This could be because he had no sons, or because his sons were too young or weak to rule. Other times, multiple family members claimed the throne. These rivalries could lead to palace intrigues, conspiracies, and even civil war. The example of Tutankhamun's succession shows how fragile this process could be. Tutankhamun died young and left no children to inherit the throne. After his death, power passed to Ai, a high official who was not of royal blood but had gained influence. Later, Horemheb, a military leader, took the throne. This shift marked the end of a troubled dynasty and the beginning of a new era. Other pharaohs also faced succession crises. The death of Ramses II, who ruled for over 60 years, led to struggles among his many sons. His long reign made it difficult to secure a clear successor. Sometimes succession problems weakened the kingdom and invited outside threats. The pressure to produce a healthy heir was immense. Pharaohs needed sons who could rule and continue the divine line. The queen's role was also vital in this. Royal women were often tasked with bearing children and securing the family's future. The health of the pharaoh and his family was tied directly to the survival of the kingdom. Medical knowledge in ancient Egypt was surprisingly advanced for its time. Physicians knew how to treat wounds, infections, and some diseases. They used herbs, bandages, and simple surgeries. However, many illnesses remained mysterious and deadly. The pharaoh's healthcare was the best available, but even that could not always prevent suffering or death. The life of a pharaoh was a constant balancing act. They needed to appear strong and divine even when their bodies were weak. They had to maintain the image of perfection while dealing with illness and pain. This tension between outward power and inner fragility was a deep part of their rule. In sum, health, hereditary issues, and succession problems shaped the lives and reigns of pharaohs in profound ways. These were not just private matters, but central to the survival of ancient Egypt. The fragility of the human body stood against the grand idea of divine kingship. The passing of the crown was a time of hope and danger. By studying these human challenges, we gain a fuller understanding of pharaohs as real people. They were not just gods on earth, but rulers who faced fears, pain, and family struggles. Their stories are lessons about power, vulnerability, and the fragile thread on which history turns. This knowledge deepens our respect for the achievements of ancient Egypt. The monuments and art are incredible, but the story behind them is richer. It is a story of human lives, complex families, and the courage to lead under difficult circumstances. It reminds us that behind the masks and crowns were people like us, facing the limits of health and the uncertainties of life. The story of the pharaohs of ancient Egypt is often told as one of glory and divine rule. Yet, beneath the grandeur and power lay darker moments filled with danger, betrayal, and deadly secrets. One such event that reveals the human vulnerabilities of pharaohs is the assassination of Ramses III. This event, known as the Harem Conspiracy, is a dramatic example of palace intrigue, family conflict, and the fragile nature of kingship. It shows us that being a pharaoh was not only about ruling as a god on earth, but also about surviving the deadly threats that could come from inside the palace itself. Ramses III ruled during the 20th dynasty of Egypt around 1186 to 1155 BCE. He is often remembered as one of the last great pharaohs of the New Kingdom. His reign was marked by military campaigns that defended Egypt from foreign enemies such as the Sea Peoples. He restored stability to a kingdom threatened by external invasions and internal problems. Despite his successes, his reign was not free from struggle. One of the most dramatic and revealing episodes was the attempt to murder him by people closest to him. The Harem Conspiracy was an assassination plot that took place late in Ramses III's life. It was led by one of his wives, Taya, and her son, Pentawa. Taya wanted her son to become pharaoh, replacing the official heir, who was Ramses IV. This plot was more than just a power struggle. It was an intense fight within the royal family. The palace was supposed to be a place of order and divine rule. Instead, it became a place of secrets, betrayal, and danger. We know about the Harem Conspiracy mainly from the judicial papyrus of Turin. This ancient document records the trials of the conspirators after the plot was discovered and stopped. The papyrus gives us a detailed account of how the plot was planned, who was involved, and what punishments were handed out. It is one of the few ancient texts that show us how real and raw the dangers of kingship could be. According to the records, the conspiracy was well planned. Tai and Pentawa gathered a group of officials, priests, and servants. They aimed to kill Ramses III during a court ceremony. They hoped to strike quickly, seize power, and place Pentawa on the throne. But the plot failed. Ramses survived the attack, at least for a short time, and the conspirators were arrested and punished. The details show the complexity of palace life and the high stakes of royal succession. Modern scientific studies have added more to this story. The mummy of Ramses III was studied using modern forensic techniques. The findings showed that he had a deep cut in his throat, which likely caused his death. This evidence supports the idea that the conspiracy succeeded in killing the pharaoh, though perhaps not immediately during the ceremony. The mummified body reveals the harsh reality behind the legend. Despite the image of a godlike ruler, Ramses III was vulnerable to violence. Pentuer, the son who led the plot, did not escape punishment. The judicial papyrus describes how he was captured and forced to take his own life. His death was a tragic end to a desperate bid for power. It shows how brutal and unforgiving the world of the pharaohs could be. The royal family was not just a symbol of divine order, it was also a place of human conflict, ambition, and sorrow. The harem conspiracy reveals many important truths about ancient Egyptian kingship. It reminds us that the pharaoh, though worshipped as a god, was also a human being subject to fear and danger. The palace was not just a home and seat of power, it was also a battlefield of hidden threats. The delicate balance of family loyalty and political ambition could easily be broken. When that happened, the consequences were deadly. This event also highlights the role of women in ancient Egypt. Queens and royal wives like Tia were not just passive figures. They could be powerful political actors, capable of shaping the fate of the kingdom. Tia's involvement shows that women in the royal court had influence and could participate in plots to change the course of history. This challenges some old ideas that ancient Egypt was dominated only by men. The assassination attempt also reflects the importance of succession in Egyptian politics. The smooth transfer of power was essential for the kingdom's stability. When succession was uncertain or contested, violence often followed. The harem conspiracy was not an isolated incident. Throughout Egyptian history, there were many struggles over who would inherit the throne. These struggles could erupt into civil war or palace coups, weakening the state. Ramses III's death and the conspiracy against him also tell us about the justice system in ancient Egypt. The judicial papyrus shows that the conspirators were put on trial in a formal court. This reveals a society with laws and punishments even for those closest to the pharaoh. Justice was an important part of maintaining Ma'at, the divine order. The trials and punishments were meant to restore balance after such a dangerous betrayal. The story of Ramses III and the harem conspiracy is a powerful example of the tension between divine kingship and human reality. The pharaoh was seen as a god, the protector of order and stability, yet he was also vulnerable to the same fears, ambitions and dangers that affect all humans. This dual nature made the role of pharaoh both glorious and terrifying. This event also gives us insight into the emotional world of the royal family. Behind the official images and ceremonies, there were struggles for love, power and survival. The story of Ti and her son Pentuer is one of ambition and desperation. It shows how the personal and political were deeply connected in ancient Egypt. Studying the harem conspiracy also helps us understand how history is recorded and remembered. The ancient Egyptians left us many monuments, texts and artifacts, but they often hid or erased stories that showed their rulers in a negative light. The fact that the judicial papyrus survived gives us a rare glimpse into the darker side of royal life. Modern archaeology and forensic science continue to uncover truths that challenge the idealized images of pharaohs. This case reminds us that history is complex. Pharaohs were not just perfect gods or tyrants, they were real people facing real problems. Their stories include triumphs and failures, love and betrayal, life and death. The harem conspiracy is a vivid example of the human side of ancient kingship. In the end, the assassination of Ramses III shows us that power is never absolute or safe. Even the mightiest pharaoh could be brought down by those closest to him. The palace walls that symbolized order could also hide secrets and dangers. The divine image of the pharaoh coexisted with very human struggles. This story invites us to look beyond the golden masks and towering pyramids. It asks us to see the pharaoh as a man with all the fears and hopes that come with human life. The tale of the harem conspiracy is a reminder that history is not just about great events. It is about the people who lived through them, their choices and their struggles. Understanding this helps us appreciate the richness of ancient Egyptian civilization. It is a world where gods walked among men, and yet where human nature shaped the course of history. The story of Ramses III's assassination is a window into that world. It teaches us that the past is alive with drama, emotion, and complexity. In this way, the harem conspiracy remains a powerful lesson about the fragility of power. It shows how even the greatest rulers must guard against threats from within. The divine kingship of Egypt was a shining ideal, but it was also a role filled with risk and challenge. The story of Ramses III reminds us of the courage it took to be a pharaoh and the dangers that came with it. Through this tale, we connect with the ancient past in a new way. We see the pharaoh not only as a symbol, but as a person. We feel the tension of palace life, the weight of expectation, and the shadow of betrayal. The harem conspiracy opens a window into the heart of ancient Egypt, revealing its light and its darkness. The history of ancient Egypt is shaped by many great pharaohs. Each ruler brought something unique to the throne. Their leadership styles reflected their personalities, their beliefs, and the challenges they faced. Among the many pharaohs, 3 stand out for their very different approaches to power. Akhenaten, Hatshepsut, and Ramses II show us how leadership in ancient Egypt was not a single story. It was many stories, each one rich and complex. Akhenaten is remembered as a religious revolutionary. His reign was short but profound. He challenged the old ways with a bold new vision. Around 1353 BCE, he changed the religion of Egypt. He focused worship on one god, the Aten, the sun disk. This was a sharp break from the traditional polytheism that had lasted for thousands of years. Before Akhenaten, Egyptians believed in many gods like Amun, Osiris, Isis, and Ra. These gods each had different powers and stories. Akhenaten wanted to replace this with a single god, the Aten. This made his reign very different from those before and after him. Akhenaten's religious change affected all aspects of life. He built a new city called Akhenaten, now known as Amarna. This city was the center of the Aten religion. He moved the capital away from Thebes, which was the religious center of the old gods. This move was not just political, but deeply spiritual. Akhenaten saw himself as the sole intermediary between the Aten and the people. He claimed a direct connection to this one god, making his kingship unique. This change created tension. Many Egyptians resisted abandoning the old gods. Priests lost power and influence. The traditional religious institutions were deeply rooted in Egyptian society. Akhenaten's reforms upset the balance of Ma'at, the divine order pharaohs were meant to uphold. His focus on one god and his new style of art and culture broke with many traditions. Portraits of Akhenaten showed him with unusual features, emphasizing his connection to the divine. Akhenaten's reign shows a leadership style based on radical change and personal vision. He was willing to challenge centuries of tradition. He risked alienating powerful groups like the priests and nobles. His leadership was bold but fragile. After his death, Egypt quickly returned to its old religious ways. The priests restored the worship of Amun and other gods. Akhenaten's city was abandoned. His name was even erased from many records. This reaction shows how difficult it was to change ancient Egypt's deeply rooted beliefs. In contrast, Hatshepsut ruled with careful balance and strong leadership. She was one of the few female pharaohs and one of the most successful. Around 1479 BCE, she came to power during the 18th dynasty. She began as regent for her young stepson, Thutmose III, but soon she took the throne for herself and ruled as pharaoh for over 20 years. This was unusual because Egyptian kingship was almost always male. Yet Hatshepsut found ways to rule as a woman without losing legitimacy. Hatshepsut used many strategies to establish her rule. She often presented herself with traditional male symbols of power. Statues show her with the false beard worn by male pharaohs. She emphasized her divine birth, claiming that the god Amun had chosen her. This helped her gain support from priests and officials. At the same time, she was a careful diplomat. She avoided major wars and focused on peace and prosperity. Her reign was marked by great building projects and economic growth. She built the famous mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahri, a masterpiece of architecture and art. She sponsored expeditions, including a famous journey to the land of Punt, which brought valuable goods to Egypt. Hatshepsut's leadership style combined tradition with innovation. She respected the gods and the system of Ma'at, but expanded the role of women in leadership. Hatshepsut's reign also shows how power was maintained through image and ceremony. She controlled how she was seen by the people. Her portraits blended male and female features, symbolizing her unique position. She was both a woman and a king. Her ability to hold power peacefully and effectively challenges the idea that only men could be strong rulers. She left a legacy of stability and wealth, proving that leadership comes in many forms. Ramses II, also known as Ramses the Great, ruled in a very different way. He was a warrior, builder, and master of propaganda. His reign from 1279 to 1213 BCE was one of the longest and most powerful in Egyptian history. Ramses saw himself as a mighty king who could conquer enemies and build monuments that would last forever. Ramses led many military campaigns to protect and expand Egypt's borders. One of his most famous battles was the Battle of Kadesh against the Hittites. Although the battle ended in a stalemate, Ramses portrayed it as a great victory. He used this story to boost his image as a fearless warrior and protector of Egypt. His leadership style was closely tied to his role as a military general. Building was also a major part of Ramesses' rule. He constructed huge temples and statues that displayed his power and divine status. The temples at Abu Simbel are famous examples. They show Ramesses as a godlike figure, larger than life. He built these monuments not only to honor the gods, but also to impress both Egyptians and foreigners. Architecture became a tool for his propaganda. Ramesses carefully controlled his image. He commissioned many inscriptions and reliefs celebrating his achievements. These texts tell stories of his strength, courage, and divine favor. His legacy was crafted to last for eternity. He wanted future generations to remember him as the greatest pharaoh. This use of art and architecture to shape history shows a very strategic approach to leadership. Comparing these three pharaohs reveals much about the variety of leadership styles in ancient Egypt. Akhenaten's rule was revolutionary and risky. He focused on spiritual transformation and personal vision. His style was radical and controversial. Hatshepsut showed how leadership could be flexible and inclusive. She combined tradition with new possibilities and proved that a woman could rule effectively. Ramesses II used strength, military power, and monumental building to secure his legacy. His leadership was about projecting power and creating lasting symbols. Each pharaoh faced different challenges and opportunities. Akhenaten struggled with religious upheaval and lost support. Hatshepsut balanced political and religious demands to maintain peace and prosperity. Ramses II dealt with constant threats from enemies and used his military success to unify the country. Their stories show that leadership in ancient Egypt was never simple or one-dimensional. These differences also teach us about the nature of power. Power was not just about force or religion, it was about image, relationships, and legacy. Akhenaten's power came from his new religion and personal connection to the Aten. Hatshepsut's power came from diplomacy, tradition, and control of her image. Ramses II's power came from his army, his monuments, and his ability to tell his own story. The legacies of these pharaohs continue to shape how we understand ancient Egypt today. Akhenaten's religious revolution challenges us to think about belief and change. Hatshepsut's reign opens questions about gender and leadership. Ramses II's monuments remind us how history is shaped by those who tell it. Their lives show us that leadership is a complex dance of ideals, actions, and circumstances. The lessons from these pharaohs remain relevant. Leaders today still face questions about how to balance tradition and innovation. They must consider how to use power responsibly and how to build a lasting legacy. The pharaohs remind us that leadership is about vision, courage, and connection to people.